And good evening, everybody. Welcome along. I'd like to introduce the panel. We have Mr. Andy BKK, entrepreneur, living the dream. And next we have Mr. Steve Parent, Esquire, retired, also living the dream in the land of smiles.
How sweet. And Johnny Siam.
Hello, Johnny. Hello, Andy.
I haven't prepared anything. Hi, Pete, Steve. I haven't prepared anything about Johnny Siam because I wasn't presenting the start. But Johnny Siam, the man. That's it, really. Builds things, moves things, goes places, speaks his mind. Loved by many, hated by some. Is that about right?
That's about pretty bloody right. Anyhow, tonight's topic is what gets on my goat. What pisses you off? Well, I've got a couple, and we all have things that piss us off. Now, through the week, the government department, you go in, you're in a line, you take the number, and you're waiting, and you're waiting, and you're waiting. Then they say, have you got any ID? So, yep, here you go. And they say, doesn't quite look like you, And I said, well, I had the photograph taken just before I started on this line, and I've aged a bit. But the one that really pisses me off, the Vietnamese banh mi.
Nice.
Now that is a friggin' bread roll, a salad roll with meat on it. Now, folks, all right, it's got a bit of different sauce on it. When I went to school, my mother made a salad roll, ham and salad, chicken salad. Same bloody thing. Rolls a little bit different, but it's trendy now. Everybody's got to have a banh mi because it's trendy. We even have KFC bringing out their version to sell their crappy chook in the banh mi. That pisses me right off because it's not like a banh mi, and a banh mi is a fucking sausage roll. What is the Subway? Now, Subway is basically a joint that makes salad rolls or bastardized hot dogs.
Now, they're very popular, though, aren't they?
Yeah, because people are friggin' lazy.
Some people are on the go, Johnny. Some people are on the go. They can't. All right, you say, well, they should have made a sandwich before they left. Put it in their little lunchbox.
Oh, look, I work with people. They'd fill in their like smoko and lunch orders with cafes and all the rest of it. At the end of the week, they'd be complaining how much it cost them. And they said, well, how come, I'd cook my stuff and it'd be in different stages of preparation. So if it was smoko, I'd get stuff out of a pie heater and it was a little bit of assembly required and quite, more than good stuff. And they say, how the hell do you do that? And I said, well, number one is I don't get up at 5 minutes to start time and end up getting to work, 15, 20 minutes late. I'm always at work, 20 minutes before I have to be and sit down and have a cup of coffee and I'm totally relaxed when I'm going to work. But they could never get it. You can buy half a dozen rolls and bits and pieces and put yourself together. And it's not been a cheapskate. It's been half smart. Most of the salad ingredients I grow in the garden all the time.
Yeah, it's laziness as well, isn't it?
Spoony, g'day, mate. Welcome. Yeah, a lot of people are bloody lazy. They get so used to, I'll just go through the drive-through, and bigger, like chain store stuff. they're making a lot of money out of it. That's why they jump on this whatever and promote it as their version, which is nothing like the original version. It's just crap. But realistically, the Vietnamese, how did they learn how to make bread and pastries and all that? Because at once upon a time they were under French bloody control. And
they
Vietnam did a very good job of breads, pastries,
baguettes. They do good baguettes there.
Yeah, all of that kind of stuff. But what's a banh mi? It's a friggin' salad roll with a bit of chicken or pork or whatever meat you want in it and some sauce over it. There we go. That's my bitch session.
And when you say... No, go on. Sorry.
I was only going to say, Subway is quite weird because they had a great idea when you used to have the original. It reminds me of KFC. KFC, when it first came to the UK, was absolutely delicious. And for some reason, it's just got worse and worse and worse. But Subway had a great idea. They used to scoop out, they had a sort of U-scoop, and they'd scoop out the bread and stuff all your meat and your stuff in the thing. And I would imagine, just for pure profit's sake, they stopped doing that. So I stopped buying them. But it's a great idea. You scoop out all the bread, and they'd put half of it back on top, so you weren't losing anything, but you had basically a case to put your stuff into.
Yeah, there's a chain here. I forget the name now. It's got a French-sounding name. And they scoop out the bread and they put onion soup in it, creamy soup, like pea soup or something.
Wow.
So you've got a bread bowl with the soup in it. Yeah.
Well, that's a brilliant idea. I can understand that if you make more room for people to pile on the meat and the salads and whatever, you're going to be spending more money. But that's the whole idea. People don't mind spending money if they get value for money. And it's decent. And you leave going, wow, that was good. But no. Anyway, that's my moan. That's another one of my irritations. Bloody Subway, stop using the U-scoop.
Yeah, Subway's rated
just to make more money.
Subway's rated as one of the most unhealthiest fast food meals, calorie-wise.
Really?
And it's mega on calories because of all the sauces they put in them. Caesar.
Well, I genuinely don't go unless I occasionally, if I've been off to get a train or something, there's usually a Subway where I've had one of their breakfast rolls, but I just never know what to have, Andy. They say, I love that, and you've got all this stuff you can add to it, and I think, well, what will go with what I've already got? No, it's too complicated. I don't want to think. I just want a sandwich or a roll done. I don't want any choices. Too complicated.
I'm just noticing something now. That's pissing me off. On StreamYards, I can see people, but it's not coming up on the YouTube, and I've virtually got only about 4 people blocked on YouTube because when we started off this adventure, I unblocked everybody. Anyway,
right. So that's another irritation. We're building them up, aren't we? On the spot.
Well, it's pretty bloody easy to do nowadays.
Who's going next?
Hossel. Welcome, Hossel. Now, here we just before we came on the screen, Hossel, Andy expressed that he would love to do an interview with you, Hossel. And I said, well, I visit Hossel's channel regularly and I can, send her an email, but I don't have to because you're here. So, or when we put up the link, which will be very shortly, if you would like to come on and do that'd be a bit of fun, I think, all round.
Do a what?
Huh?
Interview. I couldn't interview it at all. No, man, it takes a bloody week to prepare, mate. Can't just go into it now. It's not a thing off the seat of your pants, bro. That's why they're good. That's why my interviews are good. Yeah,
haven't you got a script where one script fits all?
No, well, then it tends to be a bit boring, you see. So no, you've got to like customize and bespoke it to the person you're talking to. And normally I would probably record it. We can go live anyway. Whatever. But yeah, also it'd be nice to get in touch with you somehow, and we can maybe, if you're willing to organize some sort of an interview. Not today. No, sorry, Johnny, I couldn't do it today. Oh dear. No.
Ah, okay. We've got, oh, there you go. We've got Andy on the spot.
No. Okay, what do I dislike? Do you know what? When we came up with this idea, I thought, that's great, things we hate. And then sort of over 2 or 3 days, I couldn't come up with anything. I mean, you come up with the normals. We all hate war. We all hate famine, poverty, corruption, politicians. And I go, well, everybody hates those. So it's not a real hate. And I don't really think about it too much, to be honest. I mean, poverty gets on my nerves, but it's nothing much you can do about it. So I thought things that make you irritable. Well, a lot of them here is like for Thailand, because it's where I've lived most of my life. So the one that gets me, where I will tut, but 2 minutes afterwards, I've forgotten all about it. But it's when you're in a supermarket and they're going through slowly because everyone's got their phone out and all that. Inevitably, you've got that one lady that is not prepared at all in the transaction she is about to make. She's just interested on picking things off the shelf into a basket, and then the lady behind does it all until it's the end and the bill comes up. All right, phone. Oh, yes. Dive into the phone. Dive into the handbag, which is a nightmare with women. Rummaging around, finally finds the phone. You're lucky if it's switched on, because there's another minute and a half, 2 minutes if it's not. Then she goes, right, now, what app is that? And she shows the cashier, is this the app to do this and this and this and this? Anyway, in the end, they get it together. But she's been there for 5 minutes. The queue's longer. So all this, when you go to England, you just put your card somewhere and go, doop, and that's it. Put your watch, doop, phone, doop, and it's done in seconds. So what's all this faffing around with wallets? And I got this one for that and that and sometimes they can't get the internet because they're not bloody logged in. So it takes hours. No, not hours, but I just give it.
I'd never considered it before, but you're absolutely right. I go to the 7-Eleven at least once a day, and the people that hold up the queue used to be the people paying by cash.
Yeah.
Because you had to wait for your change, and now it's the people paying on cards.
On the phone, right?
On the phone, or yeah.
I know.
Which is a total reversal of how it is, as you say. You hit the nail on the head. In England, you just touch the thing, you're done, you're out, you're gone. But they always have a long conversation about it, and they're messing around, and
and the queue's getting longer. So let me put it straight, though. By the time I've walked to my car, I've forgotten about it. So it doesn't irritate me that much. You know what I mean? I'm not losing any sleep. So going back to not hating anything, I think that's really good. Can you imagine the people that we actually know that actually hate and loathe things or people, actually loathe them? That's so negative, and that must be on their mind. I felt quite happy that I don't hate anything. I think, well, that's a good way to go. Maybe naively, I understand that. But hey, it's my life, my brain, my home, my surroundings. I can live like I want to live, as long as it doesn't hurt anybody. And I'm not mad about anything. Well, when Man United lose, I do throw something at the television. But apart from sport, where you're allowed to lose, you're cool. That's about it. It's about it, really.
Can't think. It's, as you say, Andy, when you come up with the idea, we thought, that would be great. There's going to be so much material there. But we're both very similar on, there's nothing I really hate. I get irritable about things, stupid things, like in a Thai house, or sorry, my Thai house, we don't have any flat surfaces that we don't have anything on, apart from in my rooms that I can control.
Tell me about that.
Everything is put down on the thing. But I'll move on to my main irritation, because this is a serious one, but it's worldwide. Although I'm pinpointing my wife because she does it all the bloody time. Driving too close to the car in front. I think I'm an alien. I don't know why anybody. I turn around to her very calmly, because I've told her 100 times. Angie's had a crash doing exactly what I just said, driving too close to the car in front. She thought the car was going to move off. Didn't move off. It stayed where it was. My wife went straight to the back of it. So she's had the horrible experience of having an embarrassing crash. But we'll still be driving along the road. I say, are you planning to overtake this car? No. So why are we so close? I can smell him. And it just drives me crazy. I can see, look, back to critical thinking, which we did a couple of weeks ago. There is no advantage to being close to the car in front. Unless, not even if you want to overtake him. If you want to overtake him, you've got to hang back a bit so you can see round his car to see if there's anything coming the other way. You can't, if you're too close to him, you can't see around the car, you can't do that. But people do it. And I've tried to work out why they do it. I think a bit of it is bullying. I think it's people, thinking, if I'm close to you, you've got to go a bit quicker. I'm the alpha male here, or the alpha driver, because women are just as bad. And it's just ridiculously dangerous. And if you just hold back, you've got all the time for your reactions. Don't misunderstand me. I'm not saying I'm a brilliant driver. But you've just got time. It's unstressful. You don't have to worry.
That's right.
I've told my wife something. I said, look, why are we here? Why aren't we 20, 30 yards back so I can see what's going on? We're not going to get there. And it is an old grandbat dad line. We won't get there any quicker.
Oh, don't. That's right. I mean, I remember driving you somewhere, and the traffic was quite hectic, and you just said, Andy, you never get uptight or anxious, and you seem to just swerve around all the traffic. There's things happening all around you. But that's from years and years of not driving fast, number one, because reaction times are decreased by mega. And also, it's just having driven a long time, you get to expect the unexpected. You understand what I mean? We think no one's going to come out for that right-hand turn. Well, I guarantee someone will. A person fresh to driving wouldn't even look at that right-hand road. They go, no one's going to be foolish. Oops.
And without sounding good, you do get a sixth sense. You can tell if the car's indicating right. You can look at it and think he's not going right. He's actually going left. He's got the wrong. Perhaps not quite as blatant as that, but you can guess what the guy's going to do. He's going to come out here because you can't get around that car on the inside. But no, I'm not saying I'm a great driver. But I think I'm a smooth. If I've got passengers, I try to drive as smoothly as possible. Actually, you're a very good driver, Andy. Exactly the same. You're a smooth driver. You're a smooth guy, smooth operator. But I just it makes me feel like I'm an alien. I think, well, why would anybody drive so close? It's like approaching a tiger or an accident or a man with a gun. You don't go close to the danger. You keep away from the danger. Am I just sounding like an old man? I bet to the youngsters, what a couple of old farts. I'm rubbish.
Well, yeah, don't say the couple, just say you.
All right. Yeah, Andy's okay. It's Steve that's the old whinger. So that's and that is a real irritation. That's not a play one. I get so het up because we're so close to the car in front, and we even stop our car at the traffic lights about another bumper's width away from his car. And I think he's only got to get in the wrong gear,
or break down.
Yeah. Oh, it drives me crazy. So that's a genuine, from the heart, more than irritation.
Yeah. So just a quick do not disturb hustle. Oh, right. Did you get my Discord address above? Hang on a second.
I wrote it down for you, Andy.
Bless you, bro. Because I can't copy and paste because I'm on different devices here. Okay. Well, we'll talk, hustle. We'll have a natter. I'm sure you didn't want to do an interview on the spur of the moment either, because you are a professional.
Hey, if you're doing a barbecue, you cook it when it's hot. Bang.
Yeah. I mean, don't forget what Steve was talking about, driving close to the car in front. I mean, that's called tailgating, right?
Yes.
And that's against the law in every country. But America seems to be like really hot on it from the videos I've seen. I don't know if it's just I don't know, fine, hungry cops trying to, make a buck or two. But I don't know, filling their quotas.
I'm not quite as. I'm not talking about when they're really pushing, but when they just live a car's length. I'm miles back, Andy. God, I'm like an old woman, aren't I?
You're in a different province.
It's my car, it's my road. I'll go at whatever bloody speed I feel like going. I keep up with the traffic, but
I agree with that. I agree with that. But the whole part about it is tailgating. They drum it into drivers here. You keep a certain amount of car lengths back from other people because you have reaction time. You don't just slam up their ass,
And brakes take a while to work.
Well, it takes time for it to go from the eyes to the brain, and then from the brain to the foot to go, oh, yeah, I need to do something about that.
To the tires and then the road. Yeah, for sure. But I think you hit the nail on the head, Steve, when you said, I think it's impatience. Go faster. They think them being in the rear view, it's going to intimidate them to go faster. I think that's.
And then that's what triggers the guy in front to brake check them. That's what causes, and it's just. I don't understand the mentality. There's lots of things in the world I don't understand. That is one of them. I don't understand why anybody would think it's a good idea to drive close to the danger. Whereas my instinct is, let's get away from the danger. Let's relax, have a beer. I mean, there's nothing wrong with drinking and driving.
Absolutely.
Have a beer, relax.
I didn't say that.
Your reactions are going to be slower after a few beers. Stay back.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I was just going to say, with the speed thing, our government here is that if you're not in Melbourne, they don't give a shit. And they've been stealing money from our road maintenance and all that to do their crap down there. I drive at what I feel is appropriate for the road. And if somebody gets up the arse of my car, I usually have the window open anyway, and I just kind of wave them on and say, go for it. And 9 times out of 10, as they're going around you, they just about break their frigging teeth on a bloody great pothole, and I just laugh to myself and go, dickhead.
Yeah, I think the only time I've sort of come close to somebody is when, not here in Thailand, but maybe in England or Europe, you're waiting to overtake someone. Someone is going slow, all right? It's a 50-mile-an-hour limit, and they're doing 25 or 30, but it's a bendy road, and you can't see ahead of the car, but you need to be close because you're not going to have much time to overtake it when you do decide to overtake, I guess. Whereas if you're like 50 meters back, you then pull out, and you know what I mean? If the car does come the other way, you're in a bit of a difficult situation. Yeah. But if you're really close to the car,
I'm driving like a Formula One driver, Andy. I'm anticipating that it's going to be clear. I'm back, but I'm accelerating. I'm building up the speed.
Well,
and as soon as I get to that point where I can see the clear road, I'm away and gone. I got it all worked out.
Well, there we go. I mean, driving. I mean, people that don't know Thailand, you could have a whole show on driving. I mean, some of my irritability.
Yeah, I did cheat a bit with that one.
Well, yeah, mine also motorbikes here, but I don't really want to talk to people that don't know here. But there are so many motorbikes, and these motorbikes, no, they don't do 0 to 60 in 4 or 5 seconds, but they do 0 to 30 miles an hour in about 4 seconds. So there's one junction I know where it's a junction where you've got to look to the left, you've got to look to the right, and there's a small little track that bikes come out of as well. So you're watching all three. So you imagine what you do. You look to the left, fine. You look to the right, fine. You look to but by the time you've looked for the track, where you've looked on the left, there's already a bike coming. Because what do? You can't see it in time. So you look left again. Your bloody head's on a swivel because you keep going like this, and then you decide to go. And I guarantee you, a bike will fuck it up somehow. And it's always the same. These bikes move too fast, and the drivers are not always capable of driving properly. I have friends that drive bikes, and they're brilliant. They're okay, but they're not Thais actually. and they've probably gone through a good driving test and education. But these little step-through things, they're everywhere. They come down the other day, I'm going to my mum and pop shop to get a beer. There's a scooter coming on my side of the road. It's a small road, you know, Johnny, my road's around here, and it's a small road, and there's a scooter coming towards me, and he's on the phone, not looking at where he's going. And he's coming nearer and nearer and nearer to me. I then stop, and then I honk my horn, and he nearly fell off, and he gave me the middle finger.
That's why. That's why.
Well,
what we do
honking a
here,
horn
Andy,
is a bit.
what we do here is we have what's called bull bars on the front of the car.
Yeah.
So in other words, you just keep driving, you hear the bang, and the bull bar design is to throw stuff off to the side of it. So like a dozer blade, you just go, another dickhead.
Well,
just keep driving.
Well, my Porsche 911 wouldn't look good with one of them on the front.
Oh yeah, but just think of how practical it is.
No, spoils the aesthetics of the beauty Italian-made car.
Yeah, but the thing is, you can get one in chrome. And I'll put the link up, people. If anybody would like to join, you'd be more than welcome.
Yeah, me and Hostel are having a little discussion. Okay, you know, it won't be this week, tomorrow. It'll be when when it's right, we'll work it out and we'll do it, and we'll do the format. That'd be good. I look forward to that. I do like a good old interview, if I can get hold of one. I want to do. Trouble is, in this genre, when you interview people, interviewer normally you get quite personal. But in this community, no one's going to give away anything. They won't even show their face. So there's no point in having an interview, really. Where do you work? What do you do? No comment. Oh, okay. Where do you live? No comment. Oh, this is a great interview. Where were you born in it? No comment. It would be like that, though, wouldn't it, guys? You know what I'm saying?
No, but you're a professional, and you're wheedling the information out of them. Is wheedle a word?
Wheedle, yeah. I'm a good wheedler. I'm a good wheedler, but you know what I'm saying, though. But I know there's a few people that would do it. I'm sure there would. Colin was a good one, and Colin was very open. He didn't. He appeared to be open. Let's leave it that. Any question I asked, he answered it, no matter how personal. And that's the sort of thing you need with a good interview. Otherwise, who's going to watch a bloody thing? It's just a puff piece, Otherwise, it's got to be. People want to know certain things, and you've got to ask those things because people want to know. And if they're not asked or answered, there's no point. Absolutely no point in doing it. You want to be talking to yourself. Anyway, we'll see how that goes. Are
we doing any more irritations, or are we done on irritations?
Well,
I've got a list of pathetic ones.
I've got one. It's on my left foot. It's really itching like crazy at the moment. Oh, sorry.
You can. I'll put the link up if anybody wants to join. But
since I've given them hardly any thought whatsoever, I think I should be allowed to repeat my irritations. The first one.
That's irritating.
Here we go. Go ahead, Steve.
Supermarkets in Thailand stock something you think, oh, wow, they've started stocking that. For example, digestive biscuits for £1, proper big size with flavors like raisin, rum, normal digestive or chocolate chip. They're gorgeous. So I try to manipulate their stocks by buying 6 or 7 of them. And I cannot keep up that until I forget about it. Right, I've got them now. They're going to keep stocking them. As soon as I stop buying them, they stop doing them.
Are you talking about ones in Thailand?
Yeah.
Supermarket?
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, yeah. In England, they sort of have a marketing stock thing. I don't know how it works in Thailand. But the best one is that they do a sunflower and honey biscuit kernel thing. Or they used to. They were gorgeous, Andy. Cost about 10 baht. Honey and sunflower seeds in a little bar. You could snap them off. Absolutely good and really healthy. Stop doing them. You can get every other sort in mix. Can't get the biscuits, which are just beautiful. That's a real irritation. I look every time I go to Lotus. Put my teeth in. Every time I go to Lotus, I look for them. Never there. There was something else that they stopped doing as well. Oh yeah,
I think that-
what I've started doing now is manipulating the stocks for everything, so that we can get mashed potato here. Really? Good. Yeah,
I can't
mashed
get
potato.
that anywhere here.
Oh, you can buy it on the cider, but you can also buy it in Macro. And when I first started buying it, they used to put 6 on the shelf. So I took all of them. Then they put it up to 12, took all of them. I went in there yesterday. They've got a stock of 24 on the shelf now. So I've
Yeah.
manipulated them. And there's also, you know, Chip Charlie loves his Snickers bar. I found a variation of Snickers called an Armada bar, as in the Plymouth Armada, the English Armada, as in the sailing boat.
Spanish.
They are gorgeous. You get 12 Snickers for 50 baht, which is basically £1.50, a couple of dollars for Americans. You get 12 of them in a box. And I've got, I would think, about 20 boxes in my fridge. So I'm working, but it's an irritation. So that was another one. What else have we got? YouTube adverts. Why do I keep getting some fit guy who says I'm 68 and I do Tai Chi? I do Tai Chi every day.
I put a contract out on him.
You know, you get the same one, do you, Andy? Are they
Yes.
charging us?
Yes, of course they are. Don't forget.
The guy.
Here he goes. He's on the rant. Go on.
Go, no, go. I'm interested. I didn't realise. I thought it was just me.
No,
I
it's
thought you were targeting me,
mate.
not you.
No, it's you watch TV during the day in England. It's all about insurance, nursing homes, medication. Then towards the evening, it gets more into toys and fun things and entertainment. And then in the later time, it gets into drinks and food and stuff like that. They have certain times of the day when they think they know when people are watching. So if you're over 60, 65, yes, Tai Chi would come into it. I get, the false teeth glue.
Yeah.
I get that one. That woman. God, dear, I'd like to smack her. No, I wouldn't. Bless
But
her.
that advert, I see, a dozen times a day? More? Maybe 20 times a day. I see that guy who's walking around with no shirt on. Saying, I'm with a big star. I'm 68. I'm not vicious to anybody, but I just wanted to have a heart attack.
Well, I hate that one. They're selling the app about how to clean your phone, the memory and everything. They said for old people, and he actually says for old people.
I haven't got them. They're just targeting you for that one, Andy. They're not me.
Oh, really?
Yeah. They know.
Old people. This is how you clean your phone. So I must have Googled something, in the past, or YouTube something, and they pick up on that.
Yes. Isn't that the problem? You say, how do I change the windscreen wipers on my car? Or what model are they? And then for the next week, all you get is adverts about that. That's a big problem. And that is an irritation. It's a big problem with social media in that they come in straight away with the advice. Oh, right, he's interested in car mechanics. So we'll plow down loads of that to him.
But they also listen to your conversations. They listen to your conversations because Spoon would love this. It's not conspiracy, it's fact. We were talking about going to a pizzeria one evening. I am not kidding you. And it was a long conversation because it's about food and where to go. And that pizzeria, and pizza was mentioned a lot. Within an hour and a half driving to the place that we decided on, we got on our Google, YouTube, pizza recommendations, and no one Googled it. Yeah, because we knew where they were. We were just deciding where to go. No one Googled it because I checked. Anyone Google pizza? No, nobody did. So they must have picked it up on the mic.
Right.
How about that?
That is scary, isn't it?
That is scary.
Andy, just between me and you, they can't see what I'm looking at on my screen, can they?
Well, man, optics, bro. I'd be careful, mate. I'd be very, very careful. I got this email. I got this text email. I think it was, Mr. Andy. We've been watching you secretly, looking at all your porn, all the porn you look at on the phone. Right. And we have all the screenshots, recordings, and everything. Give us $5,000, and we won't release them.
I bet it's a good scam. I bet there's some people that will think, oh, shit.
Yeah. I mean, number one, I'm not a Puritan, but I don't watch porn on my phone, number one. And number two, I don't know. In this modern technology, can they look at what... I've seen these detective programs where there's a laptop on, and they can turn the camera on your laptop if they hack into it, right? If they hack into your laptop, they can actually look at what you're doing. And you're giving it a 1/2, 3, 4, downstairs in the private area.
I'm actually hoping they do, Andy. They can listen to my life. Listen to my wife shouting at me and the kids screaming and crying. That'll teach them.
They're looking for people sort of like having a happy ending over a porno or something like that. I think that's where it's sort of like, I don't know. But Spoon knows all this shit because he's modern. They listened to, Spoon said, hang on, let me... Spoon replied, he's rebutted here. Hey, they listen to all of you in those communist countries. Why do you think South is so scared to join panels? All right, number one, we are not in a communist country. South is, but we're not in a communist country.
Maybe he's thinking our neighbours listen to us. I don't
know. I reckon he has more problems in bloody Canada than we do here.
Okay, last one. Last irritation.
Hang on. I've got a question for you. You were talking about these digestive biscuits.
Yeah.
And you mentioned honey and honey and sunflower seeds. What? Well, the one is digestive biscuits. That to me sounds like a
confusing
an orthopedic for your asshole.
There were two subjects there. There was the sunflower biscuits, sunflower and honey biscuits that are only about 4 inches by 4 inches packet. And then with the digestive biscuits, you get raisin, chocolate, and normal. They were two different products. I've got lots of irritations with food.
You got a sweet tooth, Steve. Sorry, Johnny. You got a sweet tooth.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right, sorry, Johnny. I didn't mean to.
I mean, that's what we've just had a 7-Eleven open up very close to us. I go in there and buy 6 of their cakes every day. 7-Eleven cakes are gorgeous now.
What cakes?
7-Eleven.
What cake?
Anything you want. Cheesecake, black forest cake, strawberry cake.
Right. Wow.
Yeah. About 40, but about £1 each. So good.
I'm taking a 2-minute break. Be back in a moment, guys.
No worries. The thing is, honey, and that sounds like you're feeding a friggin' parrot, for Christ's sake.
Oh no, John, you love it. It's really tasty, and because it's honey and sunflower seeds in a biscuit, it just feels good for you. And you can just sit and they cost $10. They cost nothing.
Oh, look, I understand that, but like healthy, that kind of stuff doesn't do a lot for me. Like, they say beer is like a loaf of bread. Well, I like some good crusty bread, but the can the beer comes in, that's got a nice crust on it. So you just what do you want yours toasted? I prefer mine cold, thank you. And as far as the jam, if it is hot, you can jam it right where it fits. Yeah, it's one of those. Food. What I've noticed in Thailand, and not only Thailand, Philippines as well. If you see it and you like it, you grab as much of it as you possibly can on that day, because you might never see it again.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. And strangely enough, the first person I heard to say that was Chuck and Page. He said that about 3 years ago. He said, or 5 years ago. He said, if you ever see anything, you think, oh, wow, they've started to stock that in here. it won't be here next week. So take everything there, and just thank your lucky stars. At least you've got one supply of it.
Yeah, well, you know, the thing is, you know, the foodstuffs, for instance, that we like from our, you know, childhood's countries are near and dear to us, and they do get imported, but only in small amounts, and that's like a test run. At, you know, all these larger food stores are run by computer, and then it's up to somebody to do the ordering of, you know, we'll up the order or whatever, and the first one to run out's the first one to get restocked. And if there's no stock, they just go, well, rough jet, you know.
Yeah.
Hello, sausage. Yeah. What did Spoon say? Something probably derogative. For a nation that eats Vegemite, of course they compare bread to beer.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with Vegemite. Puts hairs on your chest, Spoon.
Well, Marmite, Vegemite, you know, let's not get into that. I'll eat either quite happily. You understand? If there was no Marmite left, I'd be a veggie guy. If there was no veggie guy, I'd be a Marmite guy. But if I went out to buy, I'd buy Marmite because I was brought up, I was a Marmite baby. So that's why I'm
What
so
about,
healthy.
did you ever have Bovril at football matches?
Yes, of course. No football match without Bovril, mate.
No.
Necessity.
Yeah. And,
Oh, I
but
love
did you ever drink it apart from football matches?
If I was feeling ill, if I was sick,
Right.
you know what I mean? When you can't really get anything down you, my mum would make me a mug of Bovril. Yeah.
We
Which
just got Lucasade.
Oh, there was another one, Lucasade. You remember that? Bloody no.
Well, the Oxo cubes, you know, or Bonox.
The
Then
what?
some-
Bollock? What?
Bonox. Bonox
Oh.
is like is a you know, a beef cube, which is a
Yeah.
beef stock cube. You know, that and a bit of just dry toast.
Yeah, yeah.
That settles
Yeah.
the guts and,
Yeah.
you know, blocks up the hole so everything just don't run through.
If I'm feeling a little off, like a cold's coming on, which I'm feeling now or something like that, my go-to, without a doubt, is tomato soup. I don't know
Yeah.
why. With a bit of toast, with a bit of buttered toast. The toast may be a bit of a problem to eat, but if you dip it in, it'll go a bit soggier. And that is my go-to. That's my go-to. I feel it's comfort food to the extreme for me. It makes me feel everything in the world's right. You know, it stops me from crying.
Yeah, I'm not quite. I mean, I do love tomato soup rather, but I think a good mushroom soup or chicken soup makes me feel just as comfortable.
Yeah, I
But
think
it's-
tomato soup
go
in
back-
can, not lumpy,
go
is
back-
it?
Lucasade did a really good job because when Andy and I were youngsters, Lucasade was only really used as a sort of health drink, wasn't it?
Yeah, like an electrolyte, you know?
You
Yeah.
got it
Yeah,
as
well,
a special. You got it
Yeah,
as
it
a
is an
special deal.
electrolyte.
It was one of the things that you actually look forward to about getting ill. Oh, Mum will
Yeah.
buy me some Lucasade.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
That was a stupid
yeah.
way to market stuff because you don't want people only drinking it when they're ill.
No,
Of course,
no.
how they've changed now that it's now the energy
I know.
drink and a huge seller.
I know. When I was a kid, I used to get tonsillitis a lot, and my mum used to give me Lucasade and Strepsils. I loved having tonsillitis. It was fun because we never had sweets when we were kids. I mean, like, you know, money was tight, and you know, we didn't have luxuries. Well, now and then, but you know, I could have one when I wanted one. You know, yeah, there's a Strepsil. I used to suck that little thing till there was nothing left on it, and then Lucasade. Yeah. Are you feeling better? No, Mum. Another few hours. Can I have a Strepsil, please?
I've got to disappear for just 2 minutes, guys. Sorry. Back in a
Yeah,
bit.
that's all right, Phil. You know, I suppose the coughs, colds, and sore holes type of thing. oh, when I was younger, it was kind of a, you know, if you don't worry about it, it won't worry you type of thing. That was the philosophy, you know. But then again, we didn't grow up. We were kicked in the ass and told to get up.
We were dragged up. We weren't brought up.
Yeah, well, you know, there was no mollycoddling, none of the crap. It was everybody had a job to do, and unless you were dead, you're still expected to pull your weight.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Hossel said that, does anyone have any details on Ben and his channel? No. And what happened to Be More Run's channel? Don't know on either of them. I mean, I spoke to Ben privately about 14 days ago, and he was fine. He was thinking of coming back over to Thailand, and he seemed okay. So I don't know what's happened, Hossel. Sorry. Maybe somebody in the chat will know. Let Hossel know, guys.
You know, like, and Andy will tell you this as well. Ben in person is a terrific young fella.
I know.
I mean, you know, his channel is a little bit different, but look, Ben's so used to idiots attacking him and taking his channel down that it's just water off a duck's back, really.
He's been round the block, hasn't he?
Yeah, but usually he lets the, you know, the group or whatever, the people, you know what the new channel is, and you know it gets put out there. But as far as Ron, yeah, Ron does silly things that YouTube don't like every now and again.
So you think he had a strike or something, or?
Yeah, but I'm not shit canning Ron. Well, realistically, there's only one bloke on YouTube that I shit can, and everybody knows who that is.
Moving on. You know, agreed. I don't think anyone would disagree there. But.
You know, but the whole thing is.
Hello, Dave.
You know, you go where you find entertainment, and that's the whole part about it. Spoon. The Spoon, Andy called all his children the same name so he'd never get mixed up.
Yeah, the last one called Baby. Baby.
Now that's what he called all the girlfriends and that, you know. Hello, baby. Baby. Actually, that reminded me of a bloke that I used to work with. His him and his wife, a amicable separation type of thing. And, you know, he was on the dating circuit and he picked up a woman and I said, what's her name? And he said the name and I said, that's the same as your ex-wife. Same name. And he says, yeah, I can't mix it up, can I?
Yeah. Luckily, I only had one, so I can remember his name. But, yeah, I don't know. Kids. It's a thing. You know, we all get married and have them, don't we? Well, most of us get married and most of us have kids, right? So it's a thing, isn't it?
Hossel, I'd never believed that. Actually, when Stick Buffalo, and that's kind of promoting him, which I had once said, oh, yeah, he's back because he's had quite a few channels and this one's gone exactly the same way as the other ones. And, you know, he kind of starts off with a little bit of credibility and it don't take long and all the shit comes, you know. So I just give him actually the day he did that, Hossel, I unsubscribed to him. You're a fucking idiot. And that's the truth, you know. Like if he had kept off the grog, stopped being an idiot, you know, trying to fight with everybody else, or you know, bulldoze his place in whatever he thought he was doing. If he'd have just kept on going with some good stories, a bit of information and shit like that, he'd still be going. But unfortunately, he's not.
Who is this sick buffalo? Is that Cheap Charlie?
No. Look, as far as to me, he's not going anymore because I just don't subscribe from him. I thought, I've heard all this bullshit. It's rinse and repeat crap. You know, I don't want to listen to it again. G'day, Gypsy. How you doing, mate? It's one of those things that, I don't mind. I don't. Oh, it's well known that I don't mind mixing it up with a few, but that's just the way it goes. Drucker from Reno. G'day, mate. How you doing? Welcome back. Yeah, Dave. Racial discrimination. I'm not a racist. I hate everybody equally.
That about sums it up, really.
But the whole part about it is our governments are turning everybody into racists with half their actions. Look what's happening in Britain. Look what's happening in Australia. Look what's happening in a lot of places. That's not for the benefit of the people, and that's what a government's job is, to govern for the benefit of the people. They are not frigging doing that. Yeah, that was a bit of fun last night, Gypsy. I had a giggle.
Oh dear. There's something in the chat. Careful on the chat, guys. Come on. It's all love and flowers here. Yeah, so I thought there'd be a few more people in the chat going, oh, I don't like this, I don't like that. But I guess, I don't know, I guess maybe you have to come on the panel to talk about that, because you can't.
Well, the link's there if anybody chooses to join.
Or not.
Well, that's exactly right. I will kind of. I'm not discriminating between colours or anything like that, Trucker from Reno, but there are some people that I really steer clear of, and it's out of disgust. It's not out of racism, because not all in that race are the same.
As the same in any race.
Well, if there was a race, Spoon would lose it. He'd get his couch run out of petrol. The motorised sofa.
If I remember Spoon right, he can leave the house and go down a hill and go to the beer shop and then walk back up the hill. I don't know if it was him that was saying that. So
yeah. Well, that's why he got the motorised sofa. So he didn't have to get off the sofa. He could just go down the beer shop, throw it on the sofa, and putt back up the hill.
Cool. I got one other one, but I guess you can say this to anybody, if you see what I mean. But in Thailand, they use it because they think they have an excuse, and that is lateness, tardiness, lateness. I mean, when I used to have to go and meet people for meetings and that, I would be sat in the hotel lobby 45 minutes before the meeting because I was scared of getting there late. And then people would arrive 10, 15, 20 minutes later, and their number one thing was traffic. Yeah, well, I went in the same traffic. In fact, I probably came further than they did. But punctuality, I think if someone's going to meet you, they can have the courtesy to be there on time. I mean, give or take a few minutes either way. I mean, I'm not saying dead on, but if they come 5 minutes late, 10 minutes late, fine. 15, pushing it. 20, and half an hour, I won't be there to meet them. But they use it as an excuse here because people that don't know Thailand, traffic it's a good excuse because I've had that going to a meeting, but I made allowances for it, which got me there very early, but at least I wasn't late. But they don't think about that. They go, oh, it's only going to take us 20 minutes. They get stuck in the traffic jam and end up coming 45 minutes late. And so, sorry, we're late. So sorry, traffic. Well, when you schedule meetings, allow that, how long it should take, add a half an hour, Anyway, that's the way I think on that. And maybe, no, it's not an old man's point of view. I've been like that all my life. Punctuality says a lot about something.
Well, the whole put it this way, the Western world runs on punctuality. A time is a time. For instance, I've got a mate. When we both kind of go to the doctor together because he got rid of his car because they took his license off him. They said he had vertigo, so they took his license off him. But
All right.
I always doubted it. But anyhow, I said, I'll take you to see a decent doctor, which I did. And the doctor got a few things done. And he said, hey, you haven't got vertigo, mate. I'll send this paperwork off. And then next thing the mate's saying, oh, it looks like I might have to go to get another car because I got my license back. I said, don't be stupid. You haven't had one for bloody years. Just forget about it. But when we go and see the doctor, we always turn up 15, 20 minutes early. And the two of us are in and out and, ready for the long drive home because we take the long way around, go up the mountains and, see what the peasants are doing from greater heights and shit like that. We're usually back home by the time we've got our appointments due because when we book in, that's when you join the queue. And if,
I know.
I think it's a wonderful bloody system.
But Trucker Farino, sorry, I thought you'd finished. Sorry, go on.
If you're late, that's fine. And if there's 10 people, booked in before you, well, you just bloody wait. If you jump up and down and say, my appointment's at that time, they just say, tough luck. You go ahead with Trucker Farino, Andy. I'll put his.
He just says that I was once 1 hour late for a job interview, but I've forgotten to put the clock back that night before, so I was actually bang on time, which impressed them. Yeah, they're probably all waiting outside for an hour because they've done the same thing as you, mate. And we have one more here from Lieutenant Nescafe. Nice to see you. Is it? Yes, nice to see you here. I show up 15 minutes before the hour for a meeting, cross the road and stand outside said meeting place and start to make some serious opinions. There you are, time to think. And Hossel says, I got time to get a sandwich and coffee, and you're not stressed. You stroll into the meeting. Hi, I'm Andy. Yeah, let's talk. Yeah, sign here. You're not flustered. Your mind is focused. The whole lot of it. You're not sweating. You haven't got bloody sweat stains under your armpits. Your hair's all gone astray. Oh, I just made it here. No, you didn't just make it here. You're half an hour late. And you didn't organize yourself, and you want me to buy something, or you want me to employ you? No, sorry.
When I opened the show, Dave the Dasher, when I opened the show, I spoke about standing in line and waiting, and then you got to show your ID. And then the lady says, oh, well, that doesn't quite look like you. I said, well, it does, because you took the photo. And I've been standing there that long. I've aged. That's at Vic Roads.
Yeah, true.
With this punctuality thing, you could also reason the fact that they are not overly concerned with being punctual possibly gives them a more relaxed view, because most of us actually quite like the Thai personality. It's very relaxed, very smiley, very happy. Maybe if we look at it the other way, it's because we think, we've got to be there on time. We've got to do this. We've got to follow the rules. Whereas Thais don't. Maybe that's what gives them the edge. Just a thought.
Well, Lieutenant, this guy I'd employ. He says, I start to watch when the other people arrive, and that tells me everything I need to know. If you show up late, I'm not waiting and walking out. Unless you're really desperate to meet the person. Then because why carry on with somebody that can't be efficient enough and thoughtful enough to meet you on time? Do they mind you waiting and hanging around for them? Are they that important? I think I just don't get it. I told my son that, and he's very good at it. Be on time.
I don't know. I don't know whether it's like a lot of these things. You don't know whether you've got it right or wrong. They certainly seem more relaxed with their lives than we do.
I'm more relaxed because I got there early and I'm not rushing to get there because I'm late. What are they going to say? They're all waiting for me. Whereas I'm there, I'm chilled, completely chilled, cool.
Yeah, but I don't think they care that people are waiting for them. I don't think they mind them being waited for or waiting for other people.
They don't think that much, right?
I don't think it's part of their, I mean, there is an expression for anybody, they do call it tie time. Tie time isn't the same as Greenwich Mean Time. It's just, well, yeah. But we get there about 8. And I don't know, look, I'm only being slightly controversial because there's so much nice things about ties. And I think, well, why are they so happy? I suppose because they live in a place where we have just, in Thailand today, we've just had the most beautiful summer's day you could imagine. And we get quite a lot of them. So I think I'm probably missing the point totally, Andy. The reason is it's very nice.
Well, Gypsy Walk wants to know, what does "get on your goat" mean? Over to you, Johnny. No, not that I don't know, but
the whole part about in the description, the stream title was "What Gets on Your Goat." In the description, it says a general discussion of what pisses you off.
I thought no one reads descriptions. Well, I don't. Do you?
I do, actually.
Oh, if it's a new channel that I've never seen before, yes, yeah. But the other channels, I know what I'm going to get. I see what's in the thumbnail, and that's good enough for me. I'll tune out after 2 minutes if it's not right. But YouTube's now like clickbait coming into everything now, with the biggest tricks, been around for a couple of years now. But say, for instance, all right, Johnny Siam got fired from his job, all right? That would be the headline on the thumbnail, but they put a question mark after it.
Yeah.
But what people read is Johnny Siam got fired from his job. The question mark goes unread, unacknowledged 9 out of 10 times. But if anything comes back to them and says, yes, we were just asking a question. But it's clickbait, and it's sneaky, and it's like, I just don't like this sneaky business stuff.
The ones I keep seeing are Obama arrested.
Yeah.
Hillary Clinton arrested with a question mark.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, I mean, I could say Andy won the lottery, question mark.
Yeah.
I mean, it's don't. This is a major irritation of mine, to be honest, because it's in my field. And I get why they do it. I really do. The whole system is for that. It's for clicks. Yeah. So I get it. And they're just going with the flow. I do get it, but it shows you how, what's the word? YouTube is a very, come on, somebody help me. You can't believe it's like the tabloids. You can't believe everything that you see on YouTube, right? Even if you Google something.
Aztec has just put a great answer to it.
Oh, bless him. Well,
highlight Aztec's thing. I know.
I'm getting there.
Oh, it comes from horse racing, where a goat was kept in a stall with a racehorse to calm it, and rivals would get the goat to upset the horse. Yeah, well, we got to do a topic on these sayings, because some of them are brilliant. I know so many websites that do all the ones that we use. Well, not so much today, but we don't know why we use them. That's a really good one. Well done, Az.
Well, actually, a lot of horses, they'll have like a little pony or like racehorse or a donkey or a dog or a miniature pig or something that the horse gets along with and calms them down, and just two mates out for a ride in the back of the truck, type of thing, that kind of thing.
Sausage Dog's at it. He loves it. Yeah. Aztec is not even Aussie. He lives in Perth. Reply, Aztec. So true, Sauce. I don't understand Australia. I'm too old now to discover it, really. So I'm going to go to the wrong city. Why did you go there, Andy?
Well, if you went to the wrong city, that'd be Sydney straight up.
Would it? What's the nicest city? Now, don't be biased, Johnny.
Adelaide.
What is the what? Oh, really? Adelaide. It sounds nice, doesn't it? Adelaide.
City of churches and all that, but it's gone downhill too, like every other place in the bloody world. But as far as, well, probably government cutbacks, but it used to be a very beautiful, smaller city, easy to walk around, negotiate everything. But it was always a very picturesque place, you know.
Sounds like
Always
Bristol.
enjoyed it. Yeah.
Sounds like Bristol. It's like, you know, city of churches, some nice architects, some nice windy lanes. It's all the center is the center. Then it just spills out from there. Very easy to get around. Oh, Adelaide. Never thought of Adelaide. I was always thinking, like, where's the Gold Coast? Where's that? I'm sorry, I'm ignorant.
The Gold Coast is basically just over the border, north border of New South Wales. You've got the Gold Coast before you've got Brisbane, then you've got the Sunshine Coast, and then you go up into the Never Land.
Bombay Beach or something. What's that? Is it Bombay Beach? Bombay Beach? Bombay?
Gold Coast Beach. That's the area type of thing.
I heard that's going down.
Oh, personally, I reckon it's been going down for years, but that's just me personally. It's overpriced, you know, full of wankers and carry on now. But
what's your definition of wanker, Johnny?
A person that thinks they're self-entitled, that they can do anything they want with no recourse or whatever.
Okay, we call them Wallies. Don't know your parent. Wally. You Wally. Do you ever say that in Australia? Wally?
No, we just say wanker or cockhead.
I think I call them wankers as well. Yeah.
Oh, well, of course you would.
What Wally is a really old. I mean, I like it.
Wally. You Wally.
I haven't used Wally for 30, 40 years.
I think, wasn't there a cartoon about Wally and his mates?
Where's Wally?
There was, yeah. Yeah. God knows where the name Wally comes from. I'll quickly Google it.
It leads me into my last.
Oh, you got another one? You said you didn't have any.
I've always got.
Go on.
My last irritation is words changing over time.
Yeah.
And I still begrudge the fact that 50 years ago, you and I could have been working together, Andy, and we'd just come into work after a weekend away, and I'd say to Andy, how was your weekend, Andy? And you could say, quite innocently, we had a gay old time.
Oh, yeah.
Now, we can't do that anymore. A word has disappeared from my vocabulary. And although it sounds flippant, I've got two examples that actually do irritate me. Hold on a second. There we go. The first one. Oh, what was it? Yeah. Oh, the first one. We sit here all the time here. And I know it gets my goat and Andy's goat just as much. When people say, you ask for a photograph of what they're saying is show me the evidence. And we see it all the time when people are done to each other, oh, the receipts. And it's wrong. You can have evidence. A receipt could be evidence, but evidence isn't a receipt.
And what's evident about this? Lieutenant, don't forget I'm Australian. We don't have wallies here, or tops. We just have cockheads, wankers, and fuckwits. Sausage. I went to a wedding in Adelaide a few years back. It was a wooden wedding. 2 Poles got married. Yeah, what's a weekend when you retire? What's a weekend? every day, Ian's in why. Oh yeah, got to put this one up. Sorry, I'm getting there. Dave. I'm getting there. Look in the dictionary. No, look up wanker in the dictionary. There's a picture of Caprio. I think there'll be a few other words in that description. Robert Mack, welcome, mate. How you doing?
Sorry, yeah. My bloody dog, whenever I start a live stream, he wants to go out. So I let him out in the garden, and then he walks all the way around the house to the back door and then expects to get in through my... Anyway, that irritates me.
Well, the thing is, I know your dog, and and he has a mind of his own, and he does like to manipulate situations. Put it that way.
He's spoiled. I mean, I don't know where's Perrin gone. He had communication problems.
He sounded like he was talking underwater, so maybe his internet dropped out.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he'll get irritated about that. So, yeah, I mean, I'll bring this up now because I think it's because I'm not going to mention any names, but I watch a couple of channels, you know, not religiously, but I do, and I see some. And on a certain channel, I think actually it was on Hostels, only a couple of people saying Andy's a PDF, right, which is the new in word because of YouTube and the algorithm. They don't use the full thing, right? So it's a PDF. Now that is a basic comment based on what? I mean, surely people that want to say something about somebody would want to prove they're right, correct? I mean, if I said bloody Perrin, he's a stamp collector and he won't whatever, I would take pictures of him or get pictures of him collecting stamps and put it up as proof, right? And then people know what I'm talking about. But to be called a PDF, I could call anybody anything on this platform as long as you disguise what you're saying and get away with it. You couldn't do that in mainstream media. You could not do that. You can do it online, but you can't do it on mainstream media. Well, you can, but then it's in print.
Andy, it might be in the Epstein files and it just come out. There you go. That's how you get away with it.
Well, yeah. Well, there you go. You see, no, that's very true. Eventually, the truth comes to the surface. But you know what I'm trying to say. It doesn't worry me at all. In fact, it doesn't irritate me either. What it does is it just is another sort of step towards me thinking, what are these people on? What is their life to make a comment like that? I mean, look at this, Robert MacMedia, who seems a nice guy and all that. I'm just picking you out because it's the first name I saw. I could say, oh, that Robert MacMedia. Oh, man, he's dodgy. He's dodgy. You can say what you wanted about him. And there's very little thing that he could do because A, he's probably coming under an alt. And secondly, it's very hard for the police to take up on it. They're not interested, to be honest. They're not interested. But I have to say, if it's done to a Thai, and I'm just going to say to a Thai citizen, I'm not going to say anything about me or anything, a Thai citizen, they take it very, very seriously. Very serious. You know what the Thais are like. You know what I mean? You see it in the brawls in the streets and everything else. When Phalangs go mad, you see the Thais get together and they go right at it. Thais hate people having a go at Thais. They're very nationalistic in that way. But there's nothing you can do. You can call somebody a PDF. Well, okay. But what motivates them to say that? What clues have I given to even make them think that way? You understand what I'm saying? No research, no nothing. Is it because he wants to hurt my feelings? Because then it's a fail. Absolutely a fail. It's a smile and a laugh and then feeling sorry for the person that did it. You know what I'm saying? Is that the right? Am I right? I mean, people say a lot of things about you, Johnny. Not lots of people say lots of things. Some people say a small amount of things about you, right? Do you worry?
Well, I put it this way. I had a wonderful night last night on another channel, and I managed to type out some comments and things like that directly to the source of hostility, and and I was laughing my guts out because there was fuck all he could do about it. Wasn't his channel.
Yeah, Hostel, that guy did say something once in my chat, and he's a nonce. I don't know if it was him or whatever, but that is someone throwing stones in a bloody playground. It's ridiculous. Well, it's actually not as bad as that.
What was the old thing? That happens because they want a response, and correct. The response equals their response because they've got no content. They can't converse about anything. They're realistically illiterate. They've made their imaginary worlds
real life,
and they're the king of the castle, and they think whatever in their little glass bloody world. But at the end of the day, when it comes down to it, they're pieces of shit. And usually you will find people of that caliber all gathered together, which is really wonderful because they're all in one spot. I think what we've built here, I've built and we've built together, is a channel of people that have got brains that want a bit of entertainment that can also provide that entertainment with the interaction part of it. As good old conversation, something that's, gone to a certain extent. It's all accusation, response, accusation.
Can I just say as well, what irritates me, it's just such a lack of effort put into the argument.
Yeah.
There's no debate in it. There's no sort of, but the worst thing about it is the word itself, "N" with "once" on the end of it. It's a horrible word, but it's English prison slang, and it's not to do with anything like that they talk about. It's to do with old men and young boys. You could arguably include girls in it, but it was designed to you got a nonce with. Sorry, I said the word, but there's no. So all these arguments where they call in other people this word, it's not that at all. Of course, it comes from England because that's where the word comes from. It's jail slang.
It's what? Hang on a second. Repeat that again.
It's what they call the N once wing in a jail.
All right.
They're all secluded. And it's not 30-year-olds and 18-year-olds. It's the best way to describe it. It's very similar to the Roman Catholic Church. That sort of deal.
Yeah.
And it's a horrible subject to talk about, but you would think all these intelligent people would put a little bit of effort into their argument.
That's what I was saying. Yeah.
It's just so pathetic. Anyway, it's a horrible subject. Yeah. I'm not saying more, but at least try and get some bloody words right.
Well, don't ever forget that this channel is educational. So I just went into Wally, right? Wally.
All right.
The name Wally has several origins. Wally as a term for a foolish person likely comes from a British slang story about a lost man at a 1960s pop festival. Though the term's exact etymology is debated, in the comic book series, this is where Johnny was coming from, Where's Wally? The character was created by Martin Hanford, but the name was changed to Waldo in the North America publishing reasons. The name also refers to the mascot for the Boston Red Sox baseball team, Wally the Green Monster. So there we go. Yeah, Wally. I hear it quite a lot with my mates. My English mates. They'll go, bloody hell, what a Wally. What a Wally. It's like a numpty. What a numpty. It's a very affectionate word of calling somebody a wanker, really. I think. And definitely not the C word. As us Australian friends would, they call everybody they love that word. But Wally, numpty. Have you heard it? You numpty. It's really old. You numpty. No?
No,
Never
no,
heard
I've
that
heard
one?
it. No, I've heard it. Yeah, lots of times. But I don't think I've ever used it.
No, I haven't used it. No. Wally, yeah. You Wally. It's like
No, I have. I've heard it quite. I've heard a couple of guys use it on building sites.
you numpty.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's where
Yeah.
that's where it's used most here.
It's a
Most
very
people-
polite word. It's a very
Yeah.
polite word. It's a very polite, condescending word, if that makes sense.
And also, you'd say it to a mate.
Oh,
You did
absolutely.
something-
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, from one Wally to another, we're all Wallies at heart. Oh, Hostle's going at it. Won't put that one up, Hostle, but
Good question.
how
though.
do you spell it? Hostle, how do you spell what? Wally, W-O-L-L-Y. Numpty, no bloody idea. N-U-M-P-T-Y. Could be I-E, but I think it's Y. Numpty. You numpty. It's really nice. I'd say that to people I love. You know what I mean? Oh, you numpty. They've done something silly. You know, not life-threatening or bloody going to change the path of the world. You know, Trump's not a numpty. He's a fucking idiot. But numpty, yeah, it's nice. I like that. And you Wally. It's also onomatopoeic. It expresses the way it sounds is what it is. Wally, you Wally. Sorry, I'm going on a bit, but there you go. Onomatopoeic, we know that one, right? We know what that means. Yeah.
Good
The
word.
babbling stream and all that, you know. A spoon, I thought Humpty also. No, not Humpty Dumpty, Numpty. Numpty.
Humpty
You
Dumpty, not a Wally. That's a good one, Dave.
Yeah. Well, I'm running out of things to say. I like those
Yeah.
words. I do like words that are you don't know where they came from. You know, I find that fascinating, and a lot of them, you know, go back to like the 20th century or even the 19th century of how it came about, and they're sort of stuck. There's loads of them. There's hundreds. You could do a channel on them, you know, forever and broadcast 3 times a week, and you'd never run out. There's loads of them, loads. You know.
Many of them go back to maritime stuff.
Yeah, stitch in time saves 9.
Yeah.
No idea what that means, and I'm not going to Google it now. I'll save it for another topic. You know, all these ones you just don't, you know, and we say them. Oh, stitch in time saves 9. No idea what that means, but you say it. Yeah. So Hostel, I think it's numpty and Numpty or IE. One of those two. Busily Googling it now. It might not even be on Google, numpty. Anyway, there we go. Humpty Dumpty sat on a Wally. Sorry, I just saw that. Yeah, that's funny. Well done, Dave. Sense of humor there. We love it.
I think the English accent is clearer.
Well, that's why they
But that's
speak it
good.
on the
That's-
planes.
That's because I understand it, I guess. Because I've been brought up with it.
Is air travel the same as maritime? Like, I know they can speak to, like, if you're landing in Thailand and you're a Thai, they'll speak Thai. But I heard from a pilot the universal language for flying is English because it's very clear. Is that the same in maritime worlds or not?
Yes,
I think so.
yeah. It's all English.
I'm not upping the English language. I'm just thinking it is clear, right? You imagine Thai. You
But
say the
don't-
wrong intonation on a road on a word, it means go up or down.
Yeah.
You know.
Without taking the piss, you know, American English and their meanings and English to Australian English, there's a lot of giggles in it. Yeah. That's for sure.
That's a great one Dave's put up. I can show it, can't I? Oh, I keep forgetting I've got a button.
Oh, I just love it when everybody's so sophisticated and
I'm just here for the beer.
It's like working with children.
I know. I should have been a kindergarten teacher.
No,
especially when
I'm the biggest child here. I know nothing. I'm
Well,
looking up on Google taking the piss.
What's this? Raining cats and dogs in the 1500s. The cats and dogs lived in the loft. And when it rained hard, they'd get wet and slippery, and the cats would drop from the things. Well, there you go.
That all,
Taking the
that all
piss.
makes sense. That all makes sense. That would
Well,
happen.
here's
Well, I want to go to the fundamental. Why would the cats and dogs be living in a loft? You wouldn't. Why would you have that? Why would you have that set up?
that was to keep the rats out and the mice.
Now the rats would be downstairs. Surely they'd start off downstairs. You get rid of the enemy downstairs. You wouldn't wait for. You wouldn't say, right, the rats are coming. Let's get up the stairs and we'll get them in the loft.
Well,
I don't
usually,
think
well, if you get rats in a house, the first place they head into the ceiling space. But you know, the whole
the straw, I guess, straw roof.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that would be because the house was actually a barn as well, if you call it a barn. But we have an expression here, if you want to run with that. A three-dog night, and there was actually a band.
Great band.
A good
Great
band
band.
called Three Dog Night. Now, you tell me what you think the origin of Three Dog Night is.
Been drunk for 3 nights.
Pardon?
Been drunk for 3 nights. No.
Being in the outback for a long, long time. And how long were you there? Well, it was a 3-dog night.
No.
Well,
Last night it was that cold. It was a 3-dog night. So, in other words, on your bed you pulled up 3 dogs to keep you warm.
Really? Yeah. That's a good one.
All right.
That's an
Taking the
Australian
piss.
saying.
Taking the piss from the it's French from the, as English law has come from garde l'eau, which is water. French for look out for the water, and shouted when contents of a chamber pot were chucked out of the window. If you were caught, you were taking the piss.
Yeah.
But we also have a saying here: there's people I wouldn't piss on, even if they were on fire.
Well, that's
Not quite
that's
the
got
same,
nothing
Johnny.
to do with taking the piss. Out of context, Johnny. Out of context.
Oh, but true.
Well, true, yeah.
Well, what did I write in the description? A general discussion about what really pisses you off.
Spoon says we call it trash talk. Of course they would trash. And in English, we call trash rubbish, Spoon. We don't call it trash.
I think Sausage is onto something here. I'm trying to think of an exception to his rule.
I find Americans are the misconception for that Jenga is just banter. Oh, that's something. Sorry, go on. Sorry. I was thinking aloud.
I was just trying to think of an exception to Sausage's rule here.
What's that? Read what Sausage said.
Oh, Christ. I find Americans are the most accepting for what the Jenga is. That the Jenga is just banter, and he carries on to say, by the next day they've forgotten about it. They're easy with it.
Yeah.
And I can't think of an American that doesn't react that way. We don't have that many, do we? I don't know, but I think it's a very good Sausage.
I mean,
Very good observation.
this community aside, where in this community, if you say one thing bad about somebody, they will not forget that for the next 10 years and will always relate to it. And we see it every single day.
I don't really. I've never. I used to open up the shows to say, if I upset you, that's fine. If I haven't, please excuse me. I'll get to you next week.
Yeah, I mean, Spoon says only the UK seem to hold grudges. You're not wrong, but you're only a small sample here of this genre, community, sorry, of this. It's a very small sample size, but you're right. But that's the only people who will come on, and people want have grudges, and they can moan about it for the next 5 years online. So that's their thing, and they wait for somebody else to do something, so they go another 5 years. So that's the way they operate, which is fine. It's their channels, I don't care. It's up to them. But to say the English people are very proper. I still like to, well, not anymore, but you know, the real Englishman is pretty proper, and he knows right and wrong. You know, even the thieves know right and wrong. The robbers know right and wrong. No guns in the 20th century in robberies. There's no armed robberies. That's why the police never wore guns, because there was no gun threat. Now it's changing. Of course it's changing with the population. But English are very proper people. And I'm not bigging up England. I've lived here longer than I've lived in England. So I'm not bigging up England at all. It's a disgrace now. But I think the English mentality, which actually does irritate me sometimes, is that they are too proper. They are too, what's the word, rigid? Is that the word, rigid? Are they too...
Up themselves?
Yeah. I don't think they are anymore, Andy.
Up themselves. No, they're not up themselves. They're very proud people.
Well, our exposure to England is Mrs. Bouquet, Mr. Humphreys, Coronation Street.
Yeah, they're all about 50-year-old examples, aren't they?
Yeah.
Well, but anyhow, Dave put up a thing, which is very, 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 very Australian. I remember as a teenager having a fight in the pub afterwards, after having a beer. You'd go and have a beer with the bloke you were fighting with.
I think, yeah. 15 years ago, that would have happened in England, for sure.
Well, the whole part about it to a certain extent, it still it happens here. And the thing is, all the lads kind of turn out, and to make sure no one else jumps into it, and make sure there's no boots getting into it or any of that kind of stuff. And it's very much expected. Go and have a beer together, right? You got that out of your system. Go and have a beer together. We don't need the crap,
Well, Steve will back me up on this, maybe, if he knows about the football hooliganism. At a certain point in England, it was rival gangs were arranging to meet on WhatsApp. All right, away from the game, they weren't interested in the game. It was like Millwall against, I don't know, whoever. And they would arrange to meet, but there was no guns or knives. It was just fists. And there'd be 50 against 50. The police, if they could avoid them, and they'd have a real go, and then they'd walk away. And that'd be it. They proved their point. Both sides ran away in the end because the police came. That's all they were in for it for. They weren't actually, I was going to say that malicious. It sounds malicious, but they're not. They were just in for the fight game. And that was the English culture on the football hooliganism.
I mean, there were some horrendous places there, but a lot of it was just guys shouting at each other. And what a great way to spend a Saturday afternoon. And this could be totally made up, what I'm going to say now, but I have heard anecdotally that the police actually preferred it when it was like that, because in any city you've got lots of people, and if you know where they all are, it's quite easy to police them. It's much harder policing them when you don't know what they're doing and they're wandering around stealing things and breaking stuff. So I don't think it was ever quite as big, and the police got lots of overtime for it, so I don't think they were really bothered.
Yeah, Dave came up with this one. I don't think it's true. I haven't heard it. Is it true that they're putting the black ISIS flag on the UK? I mean, don't forget on the Union Jack, like the media will see one and they'll take it and they'll make a big story out of it. So it's not. I think the main England thing was they wanted to put their own Union Jacks and the English flag up on flagpoles or lampposts. Why not? It's being, a patron. It's showing.
The cross in St. George.
The main problem is all the
St. George is illegal to fly. That's a load of bullshit.
The what?
It's like I say. You go past a government building here, there's three flags flying. And I take offence to that. This is one country. Why has it got three fucking flags? If they all can't agree, fuck off them.
So you don't go for all the flags out of the United Nations then? 24 of them.
Well, the whole part of, as far as I'm concerned about the United Nations, they're a pack of fucking wankers. They live in a dream world. They have got no idea about reality. That's why the world's fucking right up about now, because they planned half of this shit. That's why they planned half the crap in everybody's country to fuck everybody's economies and everything else.
And I really don't want to get, because this is one of my where I feel mad at, and I refuse to go that way. At my age, I just want to have a nice settled brain.
Well, who doesn't? Who doesn't? But you know, like
what I say is never going to affect anything. So why say anything? And get involved? No, I'm not blaming you, Johnny. I'm just saying that.
No, I've always expressed my opinion on the political side, but I kind of grew up with it. But you know, Spoon, your country's just as fucked, if not more fucked. You's bent over like a pack of faggots, getting fucked up the arse by Trudeau. You didn't fucking take arms and fucking do it. You know, throw that cunt in the bin like he should have been.
True, Dave. True.
Take back your own country. Don't be dictated by a fucking Frenchman.
Yeah, but what happens if your country lets you down? How can you back it?
Well, you can declare war. Fuck it.
Civil war.
Yeah, a declaration of war.
I think what frustrates me most is
That's it. Blame Johnny.
The truckers nailed it. I'm not going to read that out. It's true.
I will. The flag movement is hijacked. The idea of flying the cross of St. George to say you might, you know, have travel documents that's called a British passport doesn't mean you're English. Exactly fucking right.
Well, that's right. It's true. It's true. No, I didn't want to not read it out, but
the minimum, and don't forget, due to the United Nations and all that kind of stuff, these people circumvent. You know, they get handed their citizenships and all this other stuff, and get privilege that the residents of the country, the taxpayers, don't get. So all of a sudden, the residents, the taxpayers, find themselves being dictated to by a pack of cunts they never wanted in their countries. And that's not prejudice, that's the truth.
The trucker from Reno says that two things I don't like about Canada. Excuse me. One half speaks French and the other half let them.
Well, the whole part about it is it technically, there's no technicality about it. It's a part of the British Empire. Previously to that, all the frogs were there and they got fucked off. The frogs jumped in the pond and fucked off. But there's a lot that hold the old French thingo because whatever. But this is the whole thing about uniting a country. Unless a country is united, if there's division, it can be exploited.
I think that's the big problem. My biggest disappointment and frustration is that for those of us that think that immigration has gone too far, there's no coming back. We've lost that battle because there's enough in here now that will grow and grow and grow, and the war is lost. And you can say to a new government, "Well, can you stop more coming in?" And they can say, "Yeah, we're gonna have zero coming in from now on, no more." The battle's still lost unless they do the thing of actually sending all of them back to wherever they came from, which they won't do. Never going to happen.
Well, you look at Steve. You look at containers. They come over to England and they're empty, and they're going to go back to wherever. You can fill them up easily.
Yeah, but can you ever see it happening?
No, because the weak, spineless bastards listen to the UN.
Yeah.
Sausage Spoon is not really. He's not really from Portugal, because don't forget Portugal's only a suburb of Spain.
Lovely country.
Lovely views.
He's Spanish.
Very good windsurfing. Very good windsurfing, Andy.
Are we talking about Portugal or Canada?
Portugal.
I like Canada. I've never been there, but my friends have been there, and they bring back some great pictures and stuff, and they say it's great. Very
And
picturesque.
he's spoon in Canada. Oh, there you go.
They probably went to Norway instead and thought it was Canada. But anyway, there we go. Ah, whatever. You know, St. George's flag, yeah, good in the Crusades when they were like slaughtering loads of Muslims and cutting off babies' heads and that. Yeah, it's great. You know, I mean, you know.
I got a bite
know.
out of your spoon. I got a bite out of your spoon. Easily done.
Look it up, Johnny. Portugal was a country before Spain. It was. It was. I mean, the best thing that Portugal ever did was invent the jellyfish called the Portuguese man of war, which is one of the most deadly jellyfish is around. You don't want to meet one of them when you're swimming.
Well, we have here the blue ring octopus.
Of course you do. It's Australia. You have everything that kills.
Well, yeah, but these are kind of, you know, they're designed for kids because they look really good in the water, and they got the blue rings, and they're only little,
Well,
and the kids pick them up and go, bang, you're dead.
Well, I think we got a show here, Johnny. We've got the Portuguese man of war. We get one of them surely from somewhere. And one of these, and we have a fight.
Oh,
Well, the whole part about it, Spoonie,
that's not nice.
it doesn't matter what Portugal started up at; it's what it ended up at, a suburb of Spain. End of story.
Well, they speak their language is really weird. It's not like a Southern European, you know, like Spanish, Italian language. It's bits of it, but it's got a bit of like a German harshness to it. If you've heard Portuguese, it's a weird language. I mean, Spoon, you'll agree. It's not like you would think Portugal near Spain, they speak Spanish, right? No. They got their own language, and there's a bit of in it, and it's quite more Northern European than Southern European, if you see what I mean. So, you know, good luck to them.
Very profound. Very profound, sausage, very profound.
Well, what did Sausage? He's never profound.
Well, read his comment. It's on the board.
That's very profound, Sausage. Common bonds that unite all of humanity and the potential for a unified world in the face of an external threat. Well, yeah. Oh, well, me and Sausage go back a while. Yeah, good one, mate.
But you know, the whole part about it, that's been used against us by others, and many people have fought and died for everything that's been taken off us. So fuck them.
Spoon, I like Russell Peters, one of my favorite comedians. He says that Russell Peters once said that the Portuguese sound like deaf-mute Spaniards. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You know, there is no hint of Latin about them. You know, Spain is Latin. You know, I don't care what anyone says. It's Italian. It's Latin. They speak it in South America, for heaven's sake. So, but Portugal is like different. It really is. It's like they got their own freaking thing going on. You know, they make good football players. Ronaldo. Yeah, go
on. Well, you call it football, I don't.
Well, you don't even.
We have a game of football that is a wonderful game.
Is that thing where the shorts go up right up their crutches and they're all looking, and you can actually do anything with the ball? You can throw it, kick it, head it.
No, you can't. You cannot throw. You cannot throw the ball.
Oh,
It'll have to be passed with a punch from behind the ball. You can't throw it. It can be kicked. You can pick it up, run about 3 steps, and then it must be bounced. But you know, within it must have ground contact.
It's like a cross between basketball, which you can only run 3 steps with the ball, basketball, volleyball, because you punch it with your fist. Oh, what a woofter game that is.
Well, the whole part about it, it started off from watching the Indigenous Aboriginal for a bit of fun. They'd get the gut of a kangaroo and blow it up and then kick it backwards and forwards.
Well, the football started with the bladder of a cow. So if we want
Well,
to talk about
in
origin.
Australia, our brand of football started with the stomach of a kangaroo,
Yeah,
and that was by the indigenous.
I bet it
Although-
bounced around.
although
I bet
a
it
lot of
bounced
us
around.
are here, you know, and that's a word I don't really like to use because I'm indigenous. I was born here. My parents were born here. You know, so I'm indigenous. But,
I bet there's not many Australians that can say that.
Hmm.
2 generations going back, or 3. You,
Yeah.
I bet that's quite unusual. What do you think? Is it unusual, or am I wrong?
our families go back to, you know, well, First Fleet kind of days, you know.
Right.
Admittedly, they turned up in chains, but anyhow, that's big deal.
Spoon says that Latin is all about the dialects. That's why I hated it. It's a dead language. I was taught Latin, but in my later days, when I was in Spain or Italy, and even England to a certain extent, the words Latin is the base of the European language. You know, for sure.
Latin is you're right. Latin is the base of a lot of languages. And even in this day, doctors, a prescription and things like that, half of it's written in Latin.
Really?
Well,
Especially
all scientific animals that are
Latin names.
They're all given Latin names. Yeah, the original name's always Latin.
Well, hang
Yes,
on.
well,
What was
I
what
hate to
was-
love you, but I'm suffering here a bit with my cold and my stuff. So it's been lovely chat. You've been great as always. Great time. But I'm going to call it a night and come back with a little bit more energy next week.
All
Sorry
right,
for the
Steve. You take care, mate.
Perrin's
Okay,
poor
Steve.
performance. I apologise, but it's just one of those things. Take care, all. Catch you all next week. Bye bye now.
Okay, mate. Okay, mate.
Bye-bye.
See you, Annie.
Okay, bro.
See you, Johnny. How do I
Bye.
leave here? Remove.
Oh dear.
I think I got something coming on. It hit me about lunchtime. Felt like really sleepy. My head's a little bit. That's nothing to do with drink. It's,
I want to go in your hospital.
cold weather.
Well, it's not. Well, talk to me about cold
Well,
friggin' weather.
But you know what I mean. I'm indigenous to Thailand now, so no, I'm not saying. Oh,
Yeah.
I'm not putting gloves on and balaclavas, nothing like that. But I feel a bit coldy, and yeah, not quite right. It hit me at just about before lunch. So
No, Hostel Steve's had a bit of the flu-y type crappy stuff all week. So he's damming us down a little bit, but anyhow, that's the way life goes. We all get that kind of stuff.
well, we do. I have to say I'm fading a little bit, to be honest, but I'll carry on if we have anything to talk about. I like that this conversation. It went away from what irritates us to like slang words and phrases. I like all that. I like all that stuff. You know, where did this come from, and why do we say this, and why? You know. I
Well,
think
you know, a lot of things. All right, that for us in Australia came from because we're multicultural. Some from the British, the Irish, the Scottish, the Cornish, as well as the Italians, the Greeks, Sicilians. You know, the Mediterranean. Some of the Mediterraneans.
Mm. What does Spoon say there? The Greek. Why? Somebody, Hostel said that you thought we were closing because you said goodnight to everybody.
No, that I didn't. That was Perrin.
No, it says that Johnny. Oh, no, it says that Johnny Siam. Thanks, chat. Why is he under Johnny? Oh, okay.
Oh no, he's typed in under the channel.
Okay.
But we're not closing yet. We'll keep going for a little bit longer.
Spoon said, a reply to what you're saying about prescriptions in Latin, it says that the Greeks and Romans named everything. That's why your old man Spoon, why do you say that, old man? But never mind. Old man medications are in Latin, Johnny.
Well, actually, Spoon, go back and do your research. Even if you see a doctor in Montreal and have a look at the prescription, there'll be a drug and whatever, and there'll be a bit of stuff in Latin, which is how the medication is prescribed to be taken, and that's right across the world.
So there you go, Spoon. You learn something every day. You need to come here often. Your whole expanse of education will, evolve.
Yeah, well, the one thing about Spoon, we do, we take the piss out of him, and he deserves it.
But he's very respectful. If you've noticed, he is actually very respectful, and he does respect his elders. He does sometimes call us old men, and once said, "When's Andy going to die? I hope it's not soon." But we're not that old, Spoon. You'll get here, and if you're like me at my age, doing what I'm doing now, then success. And same with Johnny Siam and Perrin. We're not bloody decrepit. Our minds are still working, and we're getting involved in stuff. Better than just vegetating somewhere, right?
Well, actually, Spoonie, the weather we've had decent days. We've had too much rain. But the whole part about it, I've managed to do things like dig holes by hand, mix concrete by hand.
Oh, you're not talking about concrete again.
Put steel I-beams in for a retaining wall, all by hand. I've managed to get all my posts in. Next part of that project is to put the concrete retaining wall up, which is each piece of that is 97 kilograms. So that means we'll get back into a little bit of weightlifting.
All right.
So I'm certainly not old and decrepit.
There goes Dave the Dasher, who's like on a mastermind mission here because he's come up with some good stuff. Latin is used so as not to have any misunderstandings with doses worldwide. As we were saying earlier, that's why English is spoken on international flights. Thai pilot coming into Suvarnabhumi in Bangkok will speak Thai to the controllers and everything else. But when he's in international, he'll have to speak English. Wow.
The one part about it is I'm not talking about masonry. I'm talking about something you haven't done for a long time. Is dig holes, mix concrete, put pieces of steel in the concrete at the correct heights, and
there we got Johnny going now.
and the whole, all of that, it's got to be at the right height. It's got to be plumb in both directions, and all of that, Spoonie. That takes a little bit of skill. It's not as easy as you think. Actually, the Aboriginals only ate the foreigners. And then Kentucky Fried Chicken turned up and they said, that'll fucking do. We'll go for that.
What's the most, all right, let's talk Australia for a second. What is the most, how can I say this? What is the most far-reached civilized city in Australia, which was, far out? Is it Tasmania or somewhere, or where is it?
No, you'd be heading to, as far as the city, which is fucked now. No, it's been fucked, and it's been caused. That's why there's a bit of racism and discrimination. I was going to say Alice, Dave. Alice Springs.
Alice
Um,
Springs I've heard of. That sounds nice. The name sounds nice.
Well, it originally, when they bought out to open up Australia, they bought out camels and Afghanis, and the camel trains went through. And one of the stops we're heading from the west to the east and the north and the south. That actual part there was the town was Alice Springs, because there was a spring where they could water camels and all that kind of stuff.
Like an oasis, right?
Oh, in a way, but it was, like I say, stuff going in different directions, and that's where freight changed over for the cameliers that come from other directions. Obviously, they want to go back in the same direction. So, freight was going north, south, east, and west, and that's through some pretty hard desert. That, although it's in the middle of Australia, that's probably harsh. But Dave said Broome. Now, Broome's on the coast, and actually the Chinese were right into that. That's where some of your Mickey Moto pearls come from. They're big into the pearls in Broome. But it's still, But I go up to Cooktown, which is, if you follow the expedition of the exploration of Australia, damage to the boat, they pulled it into the river, and the carpenter's got to work and fix the leaky boat. That's why it's called Cooktown, and the Endeavour River. But that's pretty remote. That's going up to the Cape Tribulation. Oh, Mickey Moto are black, are they? I thought they were white as well. Anyhow, but Broome's right into the pearls, and the pearl divers, and we're no mask, no nothing, diving. Nowadays, obviously, it's a bit different, but yeah, a good town to visit. Actually, when I went to Broome, Dave, this will make you laugh. I walked out onto the jetty, and there was a little stall thing there selling fish and chips, and I was having a look, and I said, for fuck's sake. It was my third football coach that I hadn't seen for fucking years. I got to the end of the pier, and a bloke said, "G'day, Johnny, how you going?" He was a mate of my father's. I always thought to myself, I'd hate to try and commit murder and bloody, go and hide somewhere. I seem to run into people. Fucking doesn't matter where I go. Doesn't matter, especially in this country. But then again, I've worked all over the country, so what the hell?
Well, Dave Natasha, he's a bit of a dark horse here, literally, no pun intended. He said, I had a racehorse called Mikamoto. It was named after a black pearl. So you had a racehorse?
Dave's right into the horses, mate.
I didn't know he was owned racehorses. That's cool. That is really cool. Big up, Dave. Wow.
The Sport of Kings.
No, that's polo. Don't get me going. I just said that.
I thought that the Sport of Kings was racehorses, and I thought polo was the sport of wankers.
Well, do you know what the worst? Polo is a good sport because you have polo horses. They're cool. They know what they're doing. The riders are really good, but it's a very, very how's the word? It's a very small group to get into. That's why you get people like polo clubs here open, and people want to join it because they think there's an affiliation with with polo players because they're all like the high echelon of society. And that's in England. That is exactly what it is. You know, you go to the polo matches if you can get in. You got royalty there. You got, you know, who. You know, so here they open up polo this, polo that, polo that. They're just like piggybacking off the name Polo because of the reputation that he has. But they do have a couple of polo clubs. I think in Pattaya is one where I don't know. I would probably think fairly, I say rich people. That's not really a word to use. Influential people. What?
Actually, I did see Ride for Kicks. Went out to out from Pattaya area or Rayongi type, you know, around that area.
Yeah.
He actually went out to a place and, you know, just rubbernecking, and it's going to be a polo field equestrian centre.
Yeah. I mean, equestrian, you know, we know what that means. I was very lucky when I was being brought up to live near some horse stables, and I spent instead of my friends going to the pub, I was mucking out stables because I wanted to ride horses, and they were like fairly into what they did. They did dressage and things like that. It's a great thing to be in, but polo was one notch above them because you need polo horses for a start, and they're not cheap. A polo horse, pony, or whatever you want to call it, is like, it's mega bucks. And I guess they breed them in England. I'm not quite sure, but they are a breed. A polo pony is a polo pony. Quick on the turn, quick to response. It's like, it's a thing. It's like yachting to a certain extent. You know, people that go on these yachts, and they got to have money to do it. Or a sponsor nowadays. In the old days, it was money. They had money. They could build a yacht or buy a yacht and get a crew on it to yacht. So it's the same thing. It's an upper class sport. I don't care what anyone's. Not so much now, and there's different like levels of yachting now. You know, you get the, you know, 1 man, 2 man. The King of Thailand was very good on that little tiny boat with a sail. I don't know what that was called. So it's more or less a sort of a one for the higher classes. The common man doesn't get to watch a game of polo, you know, even though it's got a hole in it. So, you know, it's whatever. Football, game of the common man. The common man. Johnny's gone off for a cigarette. Oh, God, I hate to do this on my own. Johnny, true story. At Werribee Park Polo, as a kid, I held a polo horse. Oh, he was just moved up. I held a polo horse for Prince Charles while he got on. Did you, Dave? Oh, cool. In America, we have polo gang. Oh, this is Spoon. Have you noticed Spoon? Just like you have a nice little warm subject and everyone's feeling lovely and all that. And then he gets a bucket of ice cold water and pours it over everybody. His comment, in America, we have polo gangs. They wear polo clothing. They're called lowlifes and Decepticons. Decepticons? That's a new word to me. Decepticons. Oh, yeah, I know, Spoon. We have here, you know, polo shirts. My mate used to get them made here, and you know the logo that goes on that very famous polo thing. He would get them printed separately, send them separately, and then in England sew them on and then sell them for, you know, like 50, 60 pounds or something. Anyway, that's just another side. We love Spoon. I like Spoon. Very intelligent ish. But respectful. He is respectful. Only for one time I caught him out, and that was years ago. So that's fine. Yeah, everyone likes Spoon. You know, they have different opinions of why they like him. I'm going to have to interview Dave the Dasher. He seems like quite a character. There you go, Sausage Dog. Me and Sausage go back You know, when his father was ill and he was building. I know, we go back. I got those memories, Sausage. And Spooner's a good bloke. Yes, he is. He's a good bloke. Last comment didn't pass. What are you now? Are you criticizing the bloody management of this channel?
Sorry, Andy.
That's all right. I held the fort.
Well, I didn't want to take the microphone where you to the toilet.
What?
And,
Sorry. Speak again.
grabbed
Didn't understand any of that.
I disappeared because I had to go and do wee-wees and get another beer out of the fridge.
Wee-wees. My mother used to call me. I didn't think that was a thing. I thought it was my mother's thing to me. Go wee-wee. I tell it to Casper. Go wee-wee. He knows it. Oh, no, not now. Sit down, Casper. Yeah, wee-wee. That's great. I love all that. Wee-wee.
But sorry to hear that. If your dad's crook,
Oh, Sausage. Yeah, because I went through it with Sausage, but I was there when he was having.
I'll go back up and have a look, Dave. Getting back to the horses, we have some, and
Sausage.
where are you, Dave? A racehorse called Minimoto.
No, I've done that. Move on. No, I've done all this. I've done it all.
Werribee Park. Yeah, well, Prince Charles went to Geelong Grammar. And that is the truth. Prince Charles went to Geelong Grammar. But, like, I'm not a horsey type person. I've had them. But to me, they were a means to an end. They'd either get retrained into a different kind of horse. I like me thicker set horses more than the racehorse type thing. A lot of racehorses get retrained into polo horses.
I like those Arab horses, those ones that run like the fuck. You know, those Arabian horses. I mean, whoa.
Well, a lot of them are just, Andy, you go back to the Battle of Bathsheba. The Australians took at what we call our mountain horses. They took a lot of them over there. And that's how your Arab horses with the local ones, because when they left after that, they left all the horses behind. And that's where you're talking over 100 years ago, but the whole part about it, a lot of horses over there actually came from the Australian bush horses.
Oh yeah, I mean, why I like horses, there's different types of horses. You know, you get that really proud horse doing the dressage, and it's really cool, looks beautiful, it's been groomed well, and it will take total instructions from its, rider. Then you get the Shire horses that pull the barrels of beer, and I mean, I used to see them back in the day, Courage beer. I mean, you get the cart horses, and they're the Shire horses with the big fetlocks, and they're massive. They're massive and they're strong. They're not agile, but they're there for their strength,
Yeah, well, I think I showed the clip of the Victorian brewery type of thing, the Carlton Draft. We had the draft horse, the Shire or the draft horse, which was a Clydesdale or Clydesdale cross, but the Shire horses were way bigger than a Clydesdale, but they were all very placid animals.
But they were fed lots of oats, and they were looked after because they were pulling the guy's business. You know what I'm saying?
Well, the funniest part about it, we used to, back as a young fellow, what the brewery would do is they'd sell the grain after they'd taken what they wanted out of the grain. It still had a good food value, but it was very cheap. And you just park a trailer out on the side of the road, and there'd be a couple of blokes in the truck, and they'd fill your trailer up and You know, you didn't pay a lot of money for it because they had to get rid of the stuff. And then the magpies had come down, different birds had come down and start eating, and they'd end up drunk. And as it kind of fermented a bit more, you didn't give too much of the cows, otherwise they'd end up drunk.
Yeah. I mean, beautiful animal. I mean, you know, I like ponies, I like Shetland, I like even miniature horses. I think they're very intelligent, but they've worked out, let's be subservient because we'll have a good life. You know, many of them didn't, of course. I mean, those horses in the bloody army, the steeds, as we call them, I mean, they get a spear straight through their bloody chest and heart as soon as they, you know, jumped over the Zulus. But, you know, I mean, they, you know, horses, I think are very, what's the word? Very loyal. I'd say loyal.
Yeah. Well, the whole part about it is the people on those campaigns, you know, you're talking about light horse. So they got off their boats, they had their horse. And the soldier and that horse, he had to care for that horse. They bonded. And you know, he'd do anything for the horse, and the horse would do anything for him.
Absolutely, it's very loyal.
You know, it's like a good dog. You know, the thing is, like the animals with a bit of training, you know, they know what side their bread's buttered on. Basically, there's another saying. They know what side their bread's buttered on. If they want to act up and stuff like that, well, maybe I won't get fed. It's a pretty common thing, but horses, look, I can kind of take them or leave them. Like I say, I've had plenty of them. It was mainly an end to a gain. One stage there, I was buying horses which went into dog food or cat food. But they were horses that were ruined, not looked after. But
That's
our horses. There's still, well, you've got up. It's not Victoria, it's New South Wales. Everything that's fucked up is New South Wales. You've got the Brumbies, which are wild horses, which live up on the mountain range, the dividing range. And on the Victorian side, they go, oh yeah, they're fine. The mountain boys up there, they you know, catch a few of them and use them on the cattle. But then the smart ass government decided, oh no, you can't do that because this is ruining that. Well, hang on, they've been there for fucking couple of 100 years, so they're talking through their asses. So what the New South Wales side of the border, they just said, what we'll do is we'll go and shoot them because they're in a national park, and that just leaves food for all the other, and not pick them up and do anything, just shoot them from a helicopter, leave them there to rot, whatever. That feeds all the foxes which were brought into the country, which are vermin. All the vermin, they breed up because they've got plenty of food. So and their madness is madness.
Is it,
go ahead.
No, go on. You go. I thought you finished.
Well, I was just going to add on to it. Like I said about the Afghanis with the camels, we've got a very, very large lot of camels in the middle of Australia. And they're actually a sellable item back to where they originally come from because they're purebred. But no, governments say, oh, we own that, instead of, hang on, the people bloody own it, and the people say, let's do this, let's do that. These idiots in government that have got no idea, because half the bastards shouldn't even be here.
Yeah, the difference between I mean, I think horses mainly in England are bred for right. They could be the higher echelon for polo, or they could be show jumpers. 3-day events, that type of thing, sporty type thing, or just for domestic use for their little daughter to ride around in a paddock or whatever. They're not. Then you got in the old days they would be pulling carts. I get that. There's still a brewery where my brother lives in West Sussex. I forget the name of the brewery. It's great beer as well. They actually have the dray horses that will go around the town delivering the barrels. I mean, probably PR, but they do it and they deliver. So, it's not a truck that comes around. They do it. But I can remember in London seeing the Courage beer trailers with barrels of beer in the back with these big dray horses, these big shires. They were massive. And the story goes that before they go on their run, they drink like a couple of pints of beer in their oats, and they eat oats because oats makes a horse pretty sprightly. Oats is the thing. If we went hunting, we'd give the horse oats. It gives them a bit of a pep. So they have beer and pep. And that's why they're going down like the streets in London, outstepping, and they're like happy as Larry, because there's 4 of them normally, or 2 of them. No, 2 of them. 2 of them. So there's no big exertion because these are big animals, and they loved it. And they'd do their round and they'd go back, be like groomed, combed, put into a nice, lovely stable until the next day. I mean, that's fine, right? Not like elephants bloody trampling around big logs of wood in a friggin' jungle.
Well, not like what the one that really
I don't know
pisses
where that
me off.
comparison came from. But
When the elephants were working, pulling a few logs and stuff like that, they were relatively happy. They were well fed and all the. What shits me is the elephants that are down at UTR and all those kind of places, taking the tourists for a ride on hot fucking bitumen and concrete. Their feet aren't designed for that.
And I think, in all fairness, Johnny, that has really been toned down now. I think people are very aware.
Well, the thing is, I've never done it. I've never been for a ride on an elephant. Actually, my wife's one of my wife's cousins got elephants. And I'll never forget this. So we were out of market. A young baby elephant. It was following him around like a little dog,
As they do, yeah.
Anyhow, I got kind of introduced to him and all the rest of it. And I was, the little elephant. Because animals can tell if you're friendly or not. And it kind of put its trunk out and it's checking out my pockets. And I thought, you've been trained to knock off my wallet, you little bastard. But no, it was just seeing if I had any food. So I actually went somewhere and got it some peanuts, and so they are, little bloke,
Yeah.
But they are a magnificent animal and smart. Well, you look at the.
Oh, of course they are. Look at the size of their brain.
Well, you look at it when the sugar cane's happening and they come down through. What is it? That park where Steve lives. They come down through there. The wild elephants actually stop the trucks. They take a bit of sugar cane off to eat and then let the truck go by.
That's cool. That's good.
So in other words, the elephants are charging them a tariff. They must have got a.
Yeah.
And Donnie Trump thought he was the first one to introduce tariffs. There you go.
Well, I mean, go. You pay the toll, or you don't go forward. But as for the elephants, it was a thing, elephant riding back in the 80s, and all that. Get on the back of an elephant and da-di-da-di-da. And I have actually done it once. But I've been educated, and through the 40 years. But it's definitely not as prevalent anymore, Johnny. I can say that.
I can remember that.
In fact, I think anyone that does it is opening themselves up for major problems, with wildlife conservation and all this business.
I can remember where they'd clip like a bicycle flashing red light to the elephant's tail, and they were going up and down Suckinbit Road around.
I remember that. Yeah, they'd have a CD. A CD as a reflector on their tail. Oh yeah.
Yeah, or some of them. some of the ones that have the strobing bike light, the red one, and I
Yeah,
used to think, poor bloody elephant. You know, that's
know.
bullshit.
Before,
You know.
I know you've been here, but near me there used to be an open field about 15, 20 years ago, and one day I was walking by it, and there was 4 elephants in there.
Yeah,
And they're obviously being, fed, obviously, and then taken down tourist areas or whatever to make money for the manhunt, not the bloody elephant, for the guy that owns it, or the driver of the elephant, manhunt, I think they call him, or whatever. But
the mahout.
the mahout, sorry, yeah, manhunt, yeah, mahout, and but they are like, they're not the owners. There's an owner, because these elephants are not cheap.
No.
I have no idea how much an elephant would cost. It's like buffalo, water buffalo. People go, oh, it's a water buffalo. Do you know how much these animals are? I mean, I reckon way over 100-something thousand baht for a buffalo.
Yeah,
I don't know.
The Khao Yai National Park is where I was talking about. Just had to wait for the name to come back into my head again. But I've, like I say, I could go up to Surin, and there's extended family up there that have got elephants, and they do a little bit of the touristy stuff, but they look after those elephants like.
Well, you mean they get the tourists to wash them in the river and all that sort of thing?
Oh, no, not quite that. They'll walk around and tourist feed them and whatever.
Nobody going on there.
They're not ridden, but they are more your parade elephant. If there's a parade through the towns and stuff like that, the elephants go in those parades. But that's the only time they're really ridden, which is by the mahout, the owner. They're not really tourist ride animals.
Get this one. I got some prices here, right? The cost of an elephant in Thailand typically ranges from 1 million to 2.5 million Thai baht, which is approximately $27,000 or 68,000 US dollars. It says it fluctuates on the animal's age, health, and market conditions.
Yeah.
So these are not cheap, these elephants. So it would be in everyone's owner's way to look after them, right? You don't want to diss an elephant that's worth maybe 2 million baht. You need to keep it. I mean, but is it worth for them 2 million baht? Can they earn 2 million baht, or are they just like a fixture? In a farm or something. I don't know.
Well, the whole part about you've got that group up in Chiang Mai, which is they do a bit of touristy stuff. That's washing the elephants and whatever. But
I know the guy that owns it.
Yeah, but the whole part about it is, they have people that volunteer to come up and spend the time, and good. That's good because elephants eat a lot of food too. That's the other part about it.
Oh, bloody hell, do they? I mean, truckloads.
So they're a costly animal, and let's face it, right through history we've exploited animals, but I've got a real soft spot for them. I think they're just
gentle giants, right? But what is the future for them? I mean, if you've paid $1.5 million for an elephant, I'm sure you can get them cheaper. But if you paid, say, 1 million baht for an elephant, is it through love and you just want to give it a nice home for its neck? God knows how long they live. It's a long time, I would think.
Oh, they live as long as a bloody human does. 80 years or a bloody thing.
I think so. I'll Google it. But yeah. I'm fading now, Johnny.
Oh, that's all right. Sausage. Thais look after their animals. Generally, some of them do, some of them don't. It depends on finances.
Asian elephants live to 48 years. African bush elephants, 65 years. African foreign ones, I'm not sure. It doesn't say. So yeah, they live okay, But I mean,
it-
they're gentle giants. We all like a gentle giant. Right?
yeah, but yeah, like here's another thing. The buffalo, the buffalo. Some people still use the buffalo on their small land holdings or whatever,
Oh, of course. Yeah.
or they use them for. They've got smart and use them for milk. Where's mozzarella cheese from? Buffalo milk.
Yeah.
But a buffalo actually lives for quite a few years too. But you get that same buffalo in Australia, the frigging thing will kill you because they're wild.
Well, yeah. I mean, I think an elephant gets pushed to a point where it may say, "I've had enough." Then it goes on a wild escapade, right, and damages
Yeah.
a couple of villages.
Well, the thing is, people invade their territory to do their farming, and the wild elephants go, "Oh shit, free food," and then everybody gets pissed off, and it's kill the elephant. Wrong number. That in my book.
Well, also, you don't see elephants with tusks anymore, do you? In captivity.
No, they even in the parks, they where they looked after, they do cut the tusks.
But not for money, right? Not for ivory, right?
Well, they probably, through legitimate, but they cut the tusks so they won't be slaughtered.
Yeah, you can't buy ivory carvings like you used to. Like when I first came to Thailand, you could buy coral in a shop. I mean, a live coral. In decorative modes, with along with the ivory and whatever else you wanted, to be honest, tiger skins, and I think a lot of that is stopping, right? I mean, gorillas' paws were used as ashtrays. Cut the paws off.
Yeah,
And I've seen all this. I think a lot of it's stopping. I'm sure a lot of it's still going on, but I don't know who's buying it, to be honest.
I can remember when the monkey brains were served, and the thing is, they whacked the top of the head off, and everybody just jumped in it with a spoon. Well,
Yeah.
I can remember, and that's in my lifetime.
Well, I can remember being in
Don't
China.
happen anymore.
In China in a restaurant, and I went out to the loo, which was an experience in itself. And there were cages of animals and kittens, fully grown cats, dogs, and other animals. I didn't even know what their names were. And they were all behind in cages. So God knows what that was. God knows what that was. I'm not having a downer on Chinese food. I love Chinese food. But yeah,
that was the menu, Andy.
A walk-through menu. Don't. And they had stuff swimming in water, which I don't mind. I could eat, but I have no idea what they were. It looked like something out of the bloody dinosaur eras. These things in there, they didn't look like anything that I'd ever seen before. They weren't prawns, they weren't fish, they were things, and they were like, oh man, they looked horrible. I don't know what they were. They probably tasted okay. I don't know.
Well,
I have no idea.
Put it this way: the Chinese culture have belief that different things give them, what is it?
Vitality.
Vitality.
Sexual enhancements, and whatever.
Their prowess or whatever. But
yeah.
Realistically, does it? If they believe it does, well, good luck to them. But
it's like rhinoceros, right? Rhinoceros powder from the horn.
Yeah,
it's
cruelty. That's the one, Dave. Thank you.
Yeah.
The rhinoceros horns. You kill a beast like that for its horn. That's why in Africa, they cut the horns off them, so the poachers don't kill them. Tiger's penis. Yeah, there's been all kinds of stuff over the years, and like I say.
1 minute, Johnny. I'll be back.
Yeah, it's beliefs. It's stupidity. That an animal, like shark fin soup. They catch a shark, cut its fins off, and let it go because they only want the fins. Well, of course, it's going to die. At least in Australia, we catch young sharks and eat them because they're good eating. A good bit of gummy shark is really good eating. But it's our way of revenge because they eat people too. G'day, Sean. How you doing? Sean, you should be going to Hostle's channel and asking that question. Not here. Oh yeah, Dave, that's the one. Scientific research. If it was me, I'd be sending the Navy out there and blowing their fucking boats out of the water. Oh, and yeah, well, your tuna contains no dolphin. Well, my dolphin contains fuck all tuna. One of the two. Look. It's all about the money, and the bigger the corporation, their morals go down, and that's the real part about it. It's all for the money. The moral side of it is just gone.
Yeah,
and that's why in honesty, that's why I kind of like the village to a certain extent because, life's kind of simple. You know, somebody down the road's got some eggs, so you go and buy them off them. And if I want a couple of bits of something, everybody's walking into everybody else's kind of garden. It's not grabbing a heap. It's enough for that night or that meal. But everybody's doing it everywhere. It's like all shared. But chook eggs are a little bit different. But and I like that way of life. I think it's great because it's not really money orientated. It's the
needs must.
Real Thailand. Yeah. G'day, Debs. How you doing?
Listen, John. I'm going to have to go. I think it's time.
That's okay, Andy.
All right, mate. Thanks for hosting and thanks to the chat. Some really good stuff. Hello, Sean. Is that Sean the sheep there?
Yeah, it is Sean the sheep.
All right. So hello, Sean. Bit late than never. But if you want to join Johnny, I don't know how long Johnny's going to go for. Maybe stop. I don't know. Hit the link, and I'll see you guys later.
I'm not going out hostile. If anybody wants to hit the link and come up and keep me company, I'm more than pleased. I've got no fixed agenda of subject.
Okay. Nice to see you, Citizen Debs. We try our best. Who's that?
That's Dave. That's exactly right. You're driving down the road and you feel like a mango. No one cares. If you strip the tree, they'll kill you. If there's two here, you take two mango. They don't care. Not a problem.
See you, Dave. Okay then.
All right, Andy. Catch you later.
Yeah. Catch you later. Bye-bye now. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
But yeah, that's the thing about it, Dave. And I kind of said to my wife, back in the earlier days, I said, what the fuck are you doing? You don't just pull up at somebody's place and grab their stuff, or if you knock on the door, and ask them. She says, no, that's fine. That's fine. There's two of us. If we just take two, that's fine. No one cares. That's fine. That's why there's always the barrel of drinking water out the front. If you feel like a drink of water, you just drop past and there's water there and just have a drink. Keep walking. Do what you're doing. You know, that's kind of village life. A lot different to Bangkok and that. Because the other thing about it, you might have a little bit of stuff because everybody's got a little bit of a garden going on, and let's face it, when stuff comes on, unless you, depending on your plantings, but you know, it'll be somebody out of the family will come up and go, oh, you know, I'll just grab a couple of this and that, but they might bring up something else that you need. So it's all on the barter system. There's no money changes hands. No one gets rich. No one cares. No one really cares. That's the one thing I do like about where I go to. Yeah, it is a fairer system, Dave. I'm just wondering if anybody wants to join. I've actually got a bit of stuff to do tomorrow, so an earlier night of only a couple of hours stream would be a lot better towards my end goal of what I got to do tomorrow. But I still up for a chat if anybody wants to join. If not, well, we might shut it down and catch us all next week with a new subject. And we didn't know what that is. No, here's Sean. How long's Sean going to last? G'day, Sean. How you doing?
Probably like 2 minutes. I have no idea. I'm good, my sir. Thank you for having me on your channel. That's very nice of you to let me in. And I'm not patronizing you.
Just bear with me for a moment. Thanks, Sausage. You know, we're not quite going yet, but what we decided is people want a place to go where there's, you know, not the crap, where they a bit of a subject just to have a giggle about. You know, jump on a panel if you want to talk about something, right away from the drama. Real, you know, just keep to real day-to-day stuff. You know, it's not built on numbers. It's not built on anything like that. It's because we all missed the old days where everybody jump on somebody else's channel and the conversation just flowed through. And there was
Johnny, if you don't mind interrupting, sorry. I call it the COVID days.
Pardon?
I call it the COVID days.
No, pre-COVID, mate. I'm talking pre-COVID. Like I say, mate, that's when COVID hit, mate, that's when my famous stunt came out. The cunts become more cuntish.
I mean, that's how I met you. I met Andy.
Got away with it. They were let away with it.
I met a lot of people.
You know, look, I don't subscribe to quite a few, but there's few I'll go, oh yeah, well, I wonder if they've changed their tune or anything like that. I might watch them for a little bit and then, oh no, history repeats itself. Unsubscribe. Fuck off, idiot. Because I don't want to listen to, you know, half the crap.
And tell Andy to look at it. Andy, look at your line right now. Fuck's sakes, dude. I know you're listening. Fuck. I'm just sorry. I had to throw that out there. You're a good person, Johnny. You're good.
Yeah, that's.
I don't believe any shit that I'll put it out there. Listen, I'll put this out there. I don't believe any shit that Capio said about murder or anything like that. because I know how that all works. But I do believe that you were a workman and you had your work tools stolen, possibly, or something along those lines.
Years ago, yeah.
Yeah, by a coworker, because I've had similar things happen to me, and I know what it's like. And that, when you do things in real life, then you know what's real and what's not real. And
The thing is, Sean, let's just cut to the chase. You'll listen to one pathetic cunt in England who is, like, if you had an animal that was suffering with that many problems, you would put it down for the benefit of society and the benefit of the animal. Oh, that's what he is. But
I talking about his dog. I like his dog. To be honest, I love dogs, and I know in Australia.
I wouldn't call this person a dog because I actually like dogs. I don't like cats, so let's call him a cat.
Okay, pussies. We say pussy.
He is a fucking pussy. But the whole part about it, Sean, where you're going is there's a few people that there's no love lost between us, and that's very, very well known. And I couldn't give a shit what the fucking idiot says because he everything's hearsay, and he always projects himself as something. But I actually was on a channel last night, and I said to that said gentleman, "You're quite willing to, if you're willing, you're quite welcome to come along my channel, and we will have a debate. I will have the buttons and all the rest of it, so you won't be able to turn anybody up or down or talk over them. It'll be question by question." Well, he's not here.
I'm not going to speculate. I'm not going to.
That answers
I've
your
had
question.
good conversations with everyone, and I've had bad conversations with everyone. You and I have had bad conversations with each
Yeah,
other.
that's only when you try and be a smart ass and end up being a fuckwit.
I'm always like that.
As you know,
But,
I'm up for a conversation. I'm up for a conversation.
Yeah,
I'm not up. I'm not up
that's all I'm looking for, to be honest.
I'm not up to being
Honestly.
dictated to.
Yeah.
Or any a good conversation or a debate, not a problem. There's no I thought it was the garbage bag, the rubbish bag one was the hijab.
Yeah. No, it's I hope you and I, whatever history, whatever channel I go on, we don't have any issues. It was the COVID days, and you were a good person. You're good. You're good. Yeah, you have a good heart, and I'll say this out loud. That murder stuff that someone said, I looked into it. Listen,
you're fishing. Hang on. You're fishing.
No, I looked into it. There's no truth to it.
You're fishing, so I'm going to answer your question. A fuckwit in Bayswater, and I can tell you his address. He put out a fucking story to a little pommy twerp that lives in Polkdiggin and twisted it around. Well, the whole part about it is one of these days, the little twerp in Polkington.
You never saw anyone murdered.
We'll actually.
I've looked into it.
Have you ever, the whole part about it is a knucklehead in Bayswater. I can knock on his door any day I feel like.
Yeah, I
And
know,
that's-
but I'm
And
just saying,
I'm
it's
not
fine.
saying that's going to happen, but I'm just saying that he wants to run his fucking mouth with his bullshit. He wants to just stick to being a fucking mannequin. He's Saturday and
maybe
Sunday.
maybe
job,
you were
dressed in
maybe
his
you
suit,
were
laying his pipe
subpoenaed.
into the country.
Maybe you were subpoenaed to something.
Sean,
I don't know, but you
I
didn't say anything,
I lived where they
and
found.
I know that
Sean, shut
for a
up.
fact.
Sean, shut up. And you don't know nothing for a fucking fact. You're going on here saying all the rest. I lived in a town where the
You're trying to brag.
body
Trust
of the
me,
child
I
was
know.
found,
Trust me, I know.
and the whole part about it, all the rest is made up by fucking John Suckerhorn, the old fucking irrelevant wanker
Oh yeah, that guy doesn't know anything.
from Bayswater in Melbourne. And then you got the pommy wanker from Polkington that thought he was going to get a rise out of me about it. I just said, well, you made the statement. I've copied it down. One day I'll turn up in England and I'll file a complaint about you and have you fucking locked up. Simple as that.
All right. No, I agree with you.
So you're fishing. Have you done all your fishing for the night? Have you?
No, I'm not fishing. I'm just
You
saying.
are. You are. You always have.
Why? I'm not.
Why go
I'm not-
around if you want to listen, Sean? If you want to ask a question, ask the fucking thing. Don't go around in circles. I don't play games.
I'm not. I don't want to play games. That's not me. I'm too weak for that.
Do I
just
ask you about your sexuality? Do I ask you about?
trust me. I am far from.
Do I ask you
gay.
personal questions? No, I do not. I will try and engage in a general conversation with you, but you always want to try and play your game. So what I'm saying is, if you want to pick a subject, whatever, but if you want to go fishing,
No, I'm just trying to say that I whatever the shit that the Brits are saying.
so you're doing
it's-
the he said, we said, she said thing, aren't you?
No, I'm going on your side. I don't understand why you're so.
I don't need a side, Sean. I've got my own side, and I can wield my own swords. Put it that way. So.
Are you fucking with me?
I don't mind, Sean, fellas, and Debs. Look, he likes to be a little bit controversial. That's fine. That's as I say. That's why he likes to go fishing. He's trying to get a rise out of me, but it's not going to happen.
I'm not trying to get a rise out of you. I swear. Swear on my nephew's life.
Righto.
I'm trying to say I have no issue with you. I'm trying to go around and say it's taken years and no one believes me. I have no issue with, to be honest, with anyone for the most part. And that's just the way it is.
Well, that's fine, Sean. So after that, what are we going to talk about?
Oh, I can have conversations for hours. We can talk about, Benghazi, Gaza. I'm not talking about getting Sweden.
I'm not interested. I'm not interested. I'm not interested in Gaza, Sweden. I'm not interested in Caprio. I was on Simon's stream last night talking to Simon. I wasn't talking to the other idiots. I was talking to Simon.
Okay. Yeah. No, I know. I get it.
So, what are the gems? What are the gems of conversation have you got? Tell us about this week's work.
When
Sean.
is? I'm sorry. Say that one again. Sorry. Okay. Say that one again.
Can't you understand it? Tell us about your week at work.
I'm not working right now. I'm far from the land away of work. I am working, but it's to a certain extent. I'm just doing it online. And if you want proof of that, I can show you proof without turning my cam on.
Well, the thing is, Sean, it would have been a very easy question to say, I do remote work. And I would have said to you very simply, well, that's good. You get to enjoy your own environment.
No,
Um,
but I don't do remote work. I am away for a certain reason. Yeah.
oh, but so you're in Nut House, are you?
Is this in the house? Hey, sweaty cup.
Or assisted living?
Is this in the house? Is this in the house? Just say it. Just say it. One or two words. Yeah, you. Yeah. Do you know what a nut house means?
Oh, Spoon,
Okay, she's shaking her head. She's shaking her head.
Spoon,
There you go,
Spoon,
Weber. There you go.
Spoon, you're a deviant.
Yeah. Spoon, when you turned your camera on, you should have kept it off.
Hey, Spoon,
That's all I gotta say.
not that I'm attracted to blokes, but you know, if I was, Spoon's not too bad on the fucking eyes.
Mhm. Yeah. Spoon, you should have kept your camera off. If you're saying shit in the chat, then that's what I'm gonna say against me. But if you're got my back, then I got your back.
No one, listen, Sean, put your head out of your ass. No one's against you. I'm trying to just get a conversation about life, what you're doing. It's not that I'm trying to pick you apart so I can do a fucking feature and say I saw the sheep. No, I'm just trying to get an intelligent. If you don't want to do an intelligent conversation, back off.
I can have, and you've known this, because everyone lurks. I've had intelligent conversations online for hours on end. And some of those people have died. That's a fact. And you know that. So don't tell me, and I don't mean to be rude, don't tell me that some of these guys, I cannot have an intelligent conversation. And you can disagree with me, you can boot me, it's up to you.
Sean, look, I asked you a simple question. How did your week go? You know, how did work go? And then you turned it into a fucking carnival.
Because I was trying to get a hold of Andy.
Well,
and you, I like you.
But the whole part about it. Okay, all right. We couldn't say all right. When I said you're working remotely, that's fucking good. Then you said no. Well, I'm just doing a bit of stuff online. What are you making, porno videos or fucking what? If you say yeah,
no,
well, good luck.
I don't put that info. I'm a secretive person. I'm very people go, what are you afraid of? No, I don't put that info out there. I put enough out there.
As I think 6 or 8 times. He even resurrected the other night.
Yeah. I'm sitting on the other side of the world right now in a certain place that's not a fan room. And yeah, I'm a bum. Yeah, I'm Ben Newton. Or
Well, actually, I've met Ben Newton, and
what a surprise.
the Ben Newton that I know is not the Ben Newton you see on YouTube.
I
and
know. Trust
The
me.
one-
I know.
the,
He's a
the
good
one
person.
part about it, I
He's a good person.
I don't portray myself any different, YouTube or in real life.
Mhm.
And everybody that's met me has said exactly the same thing. So at the end of the
Why
day,
do you think I come on your panel?
but
And you invite me on?
well, I let you on. I didn't invite you. I said, "Well, come on in." if
No, I
anybody
know, but
wants
I choose to come on,
Yeah, well, that's fine.
and you let me on. So that says, okay, I'm gonna let Sean on, but I want to come on, and people are gonna see it, and that
Debs.
says something.
Um,
And I
you know,
do that. I do that with Capios. I do that with Studies. I do that with Ron's. I do that with almost everyone as much as I can, whether a year goes by or whether a year doesn't go by.
but the thing
I
is, Sean, what do you bring as far as content, or what have you got to talk about instead of riddles that we can get our teeth into and discuss?
no, Gaza Sweden is riddles, and I
Well,
like
look,
Gaza, and there's a
look,
lot I could talk about him. I don't
look,
talk riddles. This
I'm
is
not,
where
Sean. I'm not worried about pathetic cunts.
uh-huh.
You know,
He's
if you want to join the ranks of pathetic cunts, you're
you
walking
know
down
he's
the
a good
road.
person, to be honest.
I could give
He's
a fuck. He's a fucking wanker. At the end
no,
of the day,
he's just he's a good
Sean,
person. Trust me. You gotta.
Sean, I've got my finger on the fucking button. You better bring up a topic that is worth my
Okay,
even.
Cappy, is a wanker. How about the take your finger
I'm
off the
not
butt?
interested in talking about any of that, Sean. You know, if
Oh,
you want to bring that shit up, fuck off. It's very, very simple.
I
So
don't. I don't.
I'll ask my good friend Debs to come up and we can have an intelligent conversation because it's morning time for her. She's just having a cup of coffee and waking up to her day, and she's
Go
as
ahead.
bright as a
Well,
button.
you have a good night, and thank you. I'm gonna leave.
All right, Sean. Good night. Debs, if you'd like to come up, I'll appreciate it. Yeah, I'm surprised I've got so much patience. Yeah, you're kind of right there, Az. I can tell you that now. I better do this, Az. I better do this. Yeah, it's like I say, this is it's not about talking about fucking shit. If I wanted to do that, yeah, we'd have 500 in the no, if you're doing what you're doing, that's okay. Yeah, yeah. Oh, Spoon, if you want to come up and have a yap, or Az, even sausage. Yeah, look, I tell you what, I'll come clean. I was on Gypsy's channel last night having a bit of a talk with him. I don't mind Gypsy. Yeah, look, we've crossed swords a bit in the past. That's fine. That was then. This is now. We're having a good conversation, and And I thought, about time to go to bed. And then I kind of clicked off Gypsies, and the browser, it's 365s on. I thought, I haven't spoken to Simon for a while. And I thought, well, I'll set the clock to see how long before I get the arse, And I'm not, I don't mean by Simon. I didn't get the arse. Yes, I come across my nemesis, you might say, or the fuckwit. Never got kicked. He's exchanged a few words. It was actually fun. I woke up this morning and JG's complaining about, I got kicked off by fucking, whatever, and I thought, yeah, okay, fine. Yeah. Motorola. I tell you what, as I used to swear by them, but the Samsung. I still like me Samsung phones. I used to be in the earlier days. I reckon Motorola was the best, but now they're crap. They're all, let's face it, they're all made in fucking China for a price. I tell you what, Sausage, you would have laughed if you had seen what was going on last night. You would have laughed your tits off, mate. And I'm not, I know Simon. I've known him for years, and I know what his game is. Do I agree with it? Not necessarily. And people have a go at me because, you allow Simon on the channel. Well, he doesn't disrespect me. I don't disrespect him. The games people play has got nothing to do with me. I talk to him as a person, not the YouTubey shit, But and that's the thing with a lot of us. Although I'm no different YouTube or in person. I don't play their fucking games. And yes, I've met a lot of people face to face. A hell of a lot more than people think. But it's something that how they want to go on and not so much YouTube, any platform, and conduct themselves. That's fine. But 9 times out of 10, that's not the real person that basically I actually know. Like some people reckon Az is a cunt. He's not a cunt. To me, I've always said Az a good bloke. If Az wants to talk to me, he can give me a call anytime I want. Vice versa, That's as people, not YouTube shit. And there's many a person like that. YouTube's not the life. For the channel, this is a little bit of a hobby, I'll put up the fucking the buy me a coffee thing, flickers a couple of bob, and that helps pay for the fucking StreamYard, which has got expensive. But can we usually do more than the hours that we get on the free shit? But that's irrelevant. It's not e-begging. It's none of that. The real part about it is, whilst we enjoy what we're doing and we're putting out what we consider entertainment for others and a place where you can, pretty well free to talk about whatever except for every other cunt, fine. Because intelligent conversation is very, very hard to find nowadays. Very hard to find. Banksy, mate, come on and fucking say g'day, buddy. Oh, you're out shopping. You ignorant cunt. I was on your fucking stream typing in the chat. You were too busy fucking talking to yourself and you weren't watching your chat. Typical Banksy. Yeah, don't forget, people. Bloody, you sub up to Banksy. You know, he's the same as what we're doing, trying to do here. Keep away from the bullshit. Just have a bit of a yap, bit of fun. You know, not too many subjects that, you know, off the shelf. Yeah, I'll be still here in 10 minutes, mate. I just opened a new can, so fucking oath I'll be here for 10 minutes. But you know, I've given myself a time limit for the night because I've got stuff to do tomorrow. But yeah, no, look, over the years, you know, we've all got older and matured a little bit more and stuff like that. Where the bullshit, we can call it bullshit now. We got sucked into a lot of shit. All of us are guilty of that. And it was different channels were pegging people against others, and if you go here, you go there. Well, I never really did that. I always treat a person as I find them. In you know, yeah, the crap of people's agendas. It's so fucking childish. And, you know, if you're friends with him and you can't be friends with me, I've actually got friends, which I actually, we meet up regularly. And one of them actually is a friend that is a friend of another bloke, or YouTube friend, not real, you know, whatever, of a person I despise. But do we hold that against each other? No. We go out and have fun and a few beers and have a laugh and a joke and talk about real life. That's what it's really about. Sausage, the next meetup, I'll let you know. And you're not beating dead shit bums either. Good people. They're probably, well, there might be 4 of us, might be 3, just depending on who's what's happening. I'll let you know. I'm just trying to remember the name of the pub. Just trying to remember the Spencer Street Railway Station. What is it? The Mail Central Mail, something like that. If you get off the train at, you know, you're not Burke Street, next one down. It's on the fucking corner. You walk up the hill a little bit, entrance in, you walk down into it. Good little pub, not overly priced. Yeah, and it's just, and you know, we've all kind of met off YouTube, and we're talking a lot of years now, and we meet up. You know, we work it out between ourselves when everybody's available. Go and have a fucking, you know, have a few beers together and laugh and a joke. And yeah, well, you would have come too, Dave. Be a bit of fun. I fucked up the last one. I fucked it up. I sent the dates out, and one bloke. Yeah, Spencer Street, yeah. Well, the railway station, what's now Southern Cross or whatever, it's Spencer Street fucking station. Because in the middle of Spencer Street is Burke Street. It's the next one down. It used to be the Melbourne, it used to be the Mail Centre. The big brick fucking joint. If you're standing in front of the railway station, looking up the hills on your left-hand side on the corner of Spencer Street. Anyhow, getting back to that, I sent the dates out, who's available on either this date, that date, or whatever. And the boys kind of replied, and I thought, well, and I fucked it up. I misread. One bloke, he said, well, I'll be back on that date, but that one, and then the other one's kind of one thing about working around everybody else's life too. And that's what we try and do. No. Well, the whole part about it, you can jump on the tram and go up there if you wanted to, Sausage, but just jump on the tram and get on to fucking Elizabeth Street, go up to the fucking top by the market and go and have as much fun as you want. All right, mate. No worries, Banksy. But yeah, the whole part about it is the crap, the YouTube crap. Well, it can be entertaining at times. It can be. But I think most half intelligent people enjoy a half decent conversation. You don't want to sound like kids playing in the sands pit. Sausage, the Vic Market. I love the Vic Market. Very bloody good spot. Oh, then again, Sausage, you could always bring a costume and go to Witches and Britches. That's one of those theme medieval type restaurant things. Yeah, it put it this way, it doesn't float my boat, but some do. Some do. It surprisingly, it's been going for a lot of years, and so obviously they got their recipe right. Yeah. It doesn't really float my boat, Dave. I'd rather, in honesty, we've got a brilliant fish and chip shop down the road. I'd rather go down there and get some stuff like a decent hamburger, a decent piece of fish, a few potato cakes, a couple of dimmies, that kind of stuff. Not that I'm being a cheapskate, because that stuff's not cheap anymore, but those theme restaurants is always, people go there for the atmosphere. It's something different, but they're paying for through the nose for pretty ordinary bloody food, really. And for us, it's 150 kilometres away. Oh, yeah, it doesn't. Not that long on the train, but we've done Chinatown. We've done quite a few of the bloody bits and pieces. And, I think some of it was pretty disgusting. The Lobster Cave, I'm not really familiar with that one. You go back to when I was a young bloke, Dave. I could show you where all the seedy joints were. Like opposite, the underground fucking joint at corner of Burke Street, opposite Flinders Street Station. Yeah, $1.50 for a potato cake. I think that's cheap. Sausage, I think that's cheap. That's if it's a decent sized potato cake. Because like A grade chip potatoes are probably about $80 a bag nowadays. Well, thanks, Debs. Debs was 15 in the 80s. I was a little bit older than that. Oh, no, I was kind of in the days of if this van's a knocking, don't bother rocking, don't bother knocking. Yeah. Yeah, Donovan St Kilda. I remember Williamstown Pier was where they kind of first started off with the South Melbourne Dimmies and the spring rolls. He had a little caravan out there. And I actually found out some history of the fella that did that. And the South Melbourne Dim Sim is, really spot on. You've got a lot to try to be whatever, but the size of the item, it's pretty good value for money. The filling, the vegetable meat ratio, and all that. But that was a Chinaman that came out to Australia, I think, in the 50s. And like I say, he virtually started off in a little caravan-y type thing out at Williamstown. And if you look at the South Melbourne Dim Sim type business now, yeah, the South Melbourne market, they moved into there and all the rest of it. But after that, it's a big industry now. Worth a lot of money. Obviously, it'd be down to the kids now, but yeah. I remember sausage down in Springvale when the Vietnamese first come out with them. There was no stray dogs or cats around. Oh, I laugh about it because that in their culture, that's what they ate, and I suppose it goes back to the people saying, "Well, it's your animal. You keep it on your own property. Keep it. If it ends up in somebody else's food, well, big deal." But that was a lot of years ago now. We've all got some kid at heart, Debs. We've all got some kid at heart. You hear that song or something like that, and your brain keeps on ticking over. And what was that song? And then all of a sudden, then the memories of what you were doing or whatever. Banksy, welcome, mate. Welcome.
How you doing, mate?
Bloody good.
Two things get my goat. Fucking Mars app, which is fucking ludicrous because you're streaming in two places. So you got one stream which is the vertical one, which you got through like.
I thought I turned that fucking thing off.
It's shit, mate. You got a stream on one, but you got 3 watching, and one on another, which you got 16 watching. I turned it off last night. It's like, fuck that off. You're streaming 2 different places.
Well, that's only a new thing coming out the virtual world,
I don't know why they tamper. I don't know why StreamYard's tamper.
Well, the thing is, right, the free StreamYard, you all right, you can put something in. Yeah, there's it's very, very limited.
Basic. It's basic.
The StreamYards that I've got, I consider it to be expensive for what I can do.
Yeah, same here for what I do.
But what I used to have is just fucking bullshit. It's out of reach. It's not even. I wouldn't even go there unless people were sending me fucking, $300 a fucking stream and shit like that, and that's never going to happen.
So, shout out Sausage Dog. I love that comment. Not the Queen's English, this isn't.
Now, Banksy, well, we're just talking about that. Yeah, every now and again, you hear something on the fucking radio, like or an advertisement. It's a little bit out of a song, and it just hits you in the brain, and you go,
Yeah.
"Well, I remember that song," and you're trying to remember it because it's bringing back memories.
Memories of youth and when you heard these, and where you heard these.
Well, it was, usually happy times associated or gloriful, really, really, really wonderful times, or like, oh yeah.
Oh, secondly, you're losing your bloody hearing because I rambled on about you last night and I said hi to you in the chat. Even Mr. Balding says, hey up, Johnny, say I am.
I was typing in your fucking chat and you
I
weren't
saw
reading.
you. I said, how you doing, mate? I put it on bloody screen so everyone else can read it too.
Oh yeah, well that was hard. That was hard. By the time you fucking clicked on it, I'd already gone out and started doing some fucking work.
Yeah, I was talking about you surprising me in Pattaya, you and Steve Perry and that, and tapping on the shoulder and shit.
Sausage Dog, Banksy's accent is not the Queen's English.
Definitely not.
Well, the whole part about it was more. It's more related to canal.
It's more Stoke-on-Trent with a bit of Irish and English in there. Yeah, it's good to talk to you, fellas. Good to catch up with you.
Yeah. You haven't got on to Lisa and sent me that bloody recipe yet.
No, she says he told us about my mum. To be honest, mum's a bit ill at the moment, so because the mum's got the recipe, so mum's got the proper recipe for it.
Oh well, yeah, fair enough. Well, yeah, because that'd be a bit of fun, mate.
She knows that one, yeah.
Sorry. Put it together, cook it. Yeah, we could live stream that. That'd be a bit of fun.
That'd be funny as well, watching you burn things and make cook things. As you do.
When I go into the cooking brain, I'm a real cunt. Anybody gets in the fucking way that just subtracts from my train of thought or whatever, just about fucking cut their throat.
My kitchen is my kitchen, my domain when I'm cooking. Only the cat's allowed in there now and again. It's my domain.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, if I'm cooking, get out of the fucking way. But my wife seems to have this habit of, hang on, which part of fuck off don't you understand? I don't bother you, so don't bother me.
Yeah, that's what do you mean by keep out? Means keep out.
Well, it won't be long. It'll be Christmas, so.
Oh, good God.
Realistically, I whinge like fuck when I'm doing it. When everybody sits down to their, straight out of the oven, 3 or 4 meats all sliced up, all the trimmings, all the crap.
I'm rolling my eyes in the back of my head right now with something in England at the moment called Tesco and their fucking Christmas, which is pissing me off. Got to be please everyone how they've changed things. There's no such thing now in Tesco as a Christmas tree. It's called a festive evergreen tree. Fucking it's gone crazy.
Yeah, but you don't want to offend anybody. Well, if they're offended, what the fuck are they doing in your country?
Yes, there's quite a lot of people in the survey. Are you offended by Christmas tree? And they went, no, it's normal. And this is including Muslims. They are not offended at all because that's the religion, and they're not offended. Just like Jewish people, everything. No one was offended. But Tesco going even further, where you used to have Christmas cakes, Christmas logs. They are now called festive cakes, festive logs.
Well, the Americans call it the festive season because there's obviously
Yeah.
the Jews and, different whatever. Now, I'll probably get fucking something because I said Jew. Fuck them anyway, but everybody's got their own thing. But I can remember back in the early years,
Yeah.
with the little kids and that, we'd take the back roads and go into a pine plantation. And the wife at the time would say, "Oh, I like that tree there. That's wonderful." And
just now, but the labels, that's what I don't know. The labels say Christmas trees.
anyhow, we'd pull the tree, and hit the ground, and she'd say, "It doesn't look so good on the ground." And say, "For fuck's sake." He said, "Well, that one over there." So you'd pull about 15 of these fucking trees and get the Christmas tree, do all the lights and all this kind of stuff. And it's supposed to stay up until New Year. But it's dropping all the fucking shit and all the rest of it.
Oh, I don't know. Actually, I just don't know who's running Tesco.
Anyhow,
It's called the countdown calendar. It's not called the advert calendar anymore. It's called the countdown calendar. What the fuck are they doing there? I'm actually thinking not even shopping anymore.
it's the multinationals. It's the multinationals. And I expressed it earlier. The fucking UN trying to fuck everybody else. As you're right, I've never had a fake Christmas tree. And it was back in, about the middle 80s. I said, "Get fucked to the Christmas tree thing." Because I did feel guilty about cutting down about 10 friggin' trees just to please this friggin' bitch. For one friggin' tree. Not doing this anymore. And look, the trees were going to be cut down and made into paper anyway. But
I'm not a great Christmas fanatic. Believe me, I'm not. With my lads, there's only a couple up and that's it. I'm done. But it's just the piss take. We've known this for such a long time, what they called, and you go one shop next door and they say Christmas trees for sale, and the other one says festive evergreen trees. What the fuck's that about? Come on. Are they stupid? Good. Are they like complete wokeness has gone crazy?
Well, the Christmas tree is kind of traditional, but like I say, I went to the realism part of it and said, "Stuff this," I kind of said to the kids, they got a bit older, I said, "If you want, lights or anything, get the bar stool over there and put it up to full height and hang some fucking lights off that."
My Christmas tree is up, It's up. It's up the loft and it's not coming fucking down.
I must admit, I went through that stage, mate. I had a Christmas tree I made, which was out of polystyrene. And I had that up all year round with the fucking lights going and shit like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, then I save it up and threw the cunt in the bin, lights and all.
The only reason I put little bits up is because my granddaughter, so I put little bits up for her when she comes around. Otherwise, I'd just be a fucking bar humbug. You know what I mean?
Sausage. That's very interesting. Jesus died for the sins in the chat. Well, there's sinners everywhere, but the whole part about it, Jesus was born in before the line was grown, in the sand. he was born on the Muslim side and died on the Jew side.
It's not a great story, is it? Oh, I just think the world's gone crazy though sometimes, fella, to be honest. I just think it's gone crazy. There's just so much wokeness. It's unbelievable.
Well, in honesty, it comes back to supply and demand.
Yeah.
and where I mean supply and demand, each different countries have got different assets. The multinationals want the assets. So that's how they make money. They don't give a fuck about culture. They don't give a fuck about history. So they don't give a fuck about anything. Only worry about the dollar.
Yeah. And do you know, Aztec's got something right there. I don't normally, maybe Christmas, I give them money. But I always look on fucking eBay day after Christmas because you know a lot of people are going to sell shit that they don't want, but I might want.
Well, we don't in our family. Although Thais don't celebrate Christmas like fuck.
No, unless it's Messiah and you got fucking trees everywhere.
I get a small gift for the wife and daughter, and you know they come out of the gold shop type things, you know, and that's it. You know, the nieces' little kids, you know, they'll get their. Oh, last year I got them a worm farm. They're not coming up this year, but anyhow, that's a big deal.
Anyway, who did a miss there? Did a miss Terry and Andy and I'm sorry for missing them if they were up here. Like say Blake.
What?
I said I don't know who was around earlier. I didn't catch it really till just on your stream. I said who was around, the guys around. Mr. Perry.
Sean?
No, he was on the panel earlier.
Oh, Andy and Steve.
Yeah, I was going to say hi to the guys. I mean,
Yeah, Steve's got a bit of a fluey fucking thingy happening.
Oh, yeah.
And well, over there it's the time of the year.
Yeah.
And Andy realistically is only a few steps behind him. But yeah, that's fine.
I thought you were going to be about the cricket because you fucked up on the first fucking test already.
Well, the whole part about it is the English invented cricket.
Yeah.
The Australians taught them how to play it.
Fucking, I couldn't believe I thought we were doing fucking well. We were like nipping figures, and somebody just come and wiped us out. I think up in the 20 something. I thought that just took us out in one fucking innings. Kiss this one goodbye. We're fucking knackered now.
Well, you know, the look in if you go back to the 80s and things like that, the seriousness of the game, the pride. It wasn't the money because I was getting paid just about 2 bits of fuck all.
Yeah.
The rivalry, the whole lot of it. Because remember when Australia had Australia A and Australia B, and they both beat the Poms? Because Poms only had one side. They were flat out to find one side. And Australia had two.
Well, you know, my dad took me in '78 to watch Old Trafford because I loved it.
Yeah, but I'm not. I'll put it this way: I'm not a fan of cricket. I think it's
one of them.
You know, I think it's the most. I said for years, if they turned it into a World Series tippity run,
yeah,
which they kind of have done with the Big Bash type thingos, you know, limited overs and all the rest of it. You know, where people are really going for it, you know, slogging it out. That's worth watching. But a test match, I mean to say, you'd have to be on drugs to watch that.
The worst, it's what really down there for me to watch, to be honest. I heard the results, I thought, oh yeah. I thought of people like you, I thought, I bet they're going, oh yeah, fucking but. I'm like, here we go. Let's be just still good at rugby. So I'm happy with that. We just beat the All Blacks, so we're doing okay at the moment.
Yeah. Deb's, well, you know, once upon a time, a lot of Christmas gifts were handmade. You
Mm.
It wasn't store-bought stuff. And you know, it was from the heart. Like when my niece's girls were very young, I used to give them children's books to learn how to read, to learn how to write, and all that kind of stuff. And for frigging years, until when they went to school, they were actually smarter than they are now. I think the schools dumbed them down, but I kind of, with those girls, I don't give them crap. I give them something that, to explore nature or, learn.
Spoon pills.
Or one other year, I gave them a telescope so they could look up at the sky and look at the stars. And
That's probably one of the best presents to give someone, to be honest.
well, that kind of thing. The worm farm and not some fucking doll that's a 5-minute wonder. Something they can say, oh shit, that's there. I'll have a look at this or have a look at that. Or,
I'd rather have a doll that farts, to be honest. I think that would be more appealing.
But it like with daughter here, she's very, she's always, like she's studying cookery and all this kind of shit.
Hey,
The thing is, when she first came out here, I cooking stuff and go, there you go, which is completely different to what she had in her own country. She said, well, that's not too bad. That's all right. And then under the wing, and she's going, oh, yeah, now I know how to do that. So now I can say to her, can you cook me some, chocolate mud cake, muffins with blueberry in them, please? And I can go and have a snooze and wake up, and then she'll present me with a cup of coffee and one of the muffins, and I go, fuck, that's good. That's good.
Beachy's got into turkey at Christmas.
Life doesn't get much better than that. The link's at the top if you want to come on, son.
Yeah, like I said, I'm done. He's got a story about Christmas, but his turkey, his fucking dog fucking had it. The dog fucking jumped up and fucking ate it. Good Christmas turkey, that one. But you see on it? Ravaged his fucking Christmas turkey. What can I say? I hope he's doing well in his.
Banksy, hold the fort. I just got to go into the little boy's room and grab another beer.
I'm glad you said little boy. Hold the fort. The world's gone crazy. What can I say? And to leave this in my hands. Oh dear. Yeah, I remember you telling that about me. I remember fucking live when that happened. It's like, what the hell? It's just had his turkey away. Take it there. Are you going to eat out this year, or are you taking your dog for lunch and just cooking at your house? Fucking hell. I make myself a nice little. I don't do Christmas turkey. I don't do turkey, boys. I mean, turkey sandwiches the next day, turkey curry. There's always that with your leftovers, but I'd rather have a good fucking steak on Christmas Day, boys. A nice fucking slab of steak. Spend it a bit on that, and they're bloody expensive nowadays for a turkey. Good God. No wonder they're getting stolen from everywhere. It is one of them. Talk to the chat, man. Of course I am. Of course I am. Nothing wrong with talking to the chat. Love no, like I say, the views are Christmas trees have just gone fucking crazy with me. It's just doing my head in with Tesco with that shit. Don't know why. Just wokery. It's just done my head in. Don't see carol singers anymore. We get the odd ones in the village like the choir and that sort of shit. But, I remember the old days, you go carol singing for extra bit of pocket money. And you just basically ummed it until you knocked at the door and then you just sang a little bit of it. Thank you very much. You can't see Beachy. Oh, that's a saucy dog. I can. Unless you changed something over there. I don't know. I don't think he got you one time you blocked because no reason really. Let me have a look at the shot as well. Hang on. It's a bit strange actually. I can't see it. Hang on. Now look, see. To be honest, Peter, I can't see the chat. Can't see the chat, Beachy. I can see on StreamYard, but I can't see the chat on YouTube. I can see on the StreamYard one. This is that bloody Mars shit. It's gotta be. This is a fucking glitch to StreamYard. It is one of them. Well, yeah, he's in the chat. I know it is strange, Beachy. It's dead fucking strange. Don't get it. I don't get that. Yeah, that tablet. I mean, I'm not using this Mars. I've used that Mars once. And then I found basically the concept is like you're streaming 2 places. So we had one place was streaming, I've got like 3 people watching. And on the other one, I got like 10 people watching. And thinking, wow, what the fuck's going on there? I just want them in one place. But it sends it to 2 streams open on YouTube. And I'd rather have landscape mode and not portrait mode. Fuck that off. It's like weird shit. How you doing, Time Tim? You all right, man? Yeah, that's it. He's got 2 chats going. That's a problem. I'm just reading just on about this Mars. You've got 2 chats going. That's the problem with it.
Well, I'll make sure. I thought I fucked that off, but
no. When you do it next time, just don't get Mars mode. Keep your normal mode.
Yeah, well, I'll put it this way. But the stuff I was used to, they keep on throwing stuff in. I don't know.
I don't.
What's on their game, but
I can't see Beach on YouTube. I can see him on StreamYard, but can't see his comments on YouTube.
Yeah, I don't know what that is, Tim. Now, Simon, thank you for last night. I came along to your stream to say g'day to you. We've known each other for a long time. There's no animosity and no problems between us.
Exactly.
What Simon does on his stream is his stream. Whatever what I do here. But as people, we do know each other and we've got respect for each other. A lot of people don't realise that, but I kind of enjoyed my time on your stream, and I shall be popping back to say g'day.
There we go. That's what it should be anyway.
Because I want to talk. I actually kind of want to talk to me mate. And I class Simon as a mate too. Other people will ridicule me for that. What Simon does
I get who I talk to, but I say what I'll talk to Jamal, please.
That's right, because we're mates. The thing is, what Simon does on YouTube, I don't give a fuck about.
Yeah, he does his own thing, and that's
because as you know, Banksy, I can get onto Messenger and fucking and call Simon anytime I want. Now he can ring me anytime he wants.
Same here.
It's the same thing. We can do the same thing as well. It's got nothing to do with YouTube because YouTube's the last thing on our mind when we're talking as real people.
I mean, I shared some information with Lisa. I'll tell you after the stream because And the information I share with him, I trust. And you know what? He hasn't told anyone about it. Simple as. You know, there's certain things you can tell him, and he keeps it to himself. That's it. He's down to earth and shit like that. You know, what he does on his own stream, he does on his own stream. He doesn't drag it to anyone else who can help it. Like, he never drags it to my doorstep. You know, he never does that. So I respect him a hell of a lot.
Yeah. You know, and like I say, last night, obviously, in a way, and was never meant to, was just dropping past to say good day to Simon. Obviously, there was a little bit of stuff going on, which I dealt with, and Simon kept right out of it, and I said, I've had a bit of fun, Simon. And catch you later, mate. But that part of it, I'll take my hat off to you, Simon. And I went back to have a chat to you. And because that's what that's the thing. I want to chat to the bloke that I actually know. Not the YouTube type shit, but we do it on YouTube. But
Yeah.
and I dare say, because I was there last night, Simon would have copped some flack. And if he comes on here, a few people will say, yeah, you're a cunt, you know. It's got nothing to do with him. It's my fucking channel. I'll do what I want.
That's it. You go where you want. Peter said, go where you want. I do. I can talk to a damn well, please. If people don't like it, tough shit. Live with it. I love
Like
talking
I've
to
always-
a please.
What we've always said, Banksy, what happens elsewhere, don't bring it along, kind of here,
Exactly.
because it's irrelevant.
Well, see, you've got the same as me. Your own little bubble, and we don't, that's it.
Yeah, thanks, Tim. Sorry, Tim. The whole part of it, us blokes have known each other for a lot of years, a lot more than a lot of people fucking realise.
Yeah, a long time.
Yeah. But there's one picture of in my head of you I'll never fucking forget, mate.
Well, surprise me a potato coming behind me.
When you fucking near on choked on your fucking toast and spat your tea out.
You fucking tea over the fucking goddamn sea, for God's sake.
Oh, you got to admit that was funny as fuck.
It's what it is. I mean, that's what I was on about with Mr. Bowling last night. I said, it's fucking someone walking up on you, taps you on the fucking shoulder, and you're talking to him on the phone saying, where are you? And you're right behind him and pairing like, is that what the fuck? That's my tea went all over the fucking soil, mate, to spit that one out.
As I'm talking about people, and I'm not talking about YouTube so much. I've spoken to Simon for fucking years. And you're talking about Mike Sheff. Mike Sheff's a maggot. He's a fucking using sponge.
Yeah, I don't do much.
He's full of shit. He uses everybody else to do his dirty work and all the rest of it. As far as I'm concerned, I've blocked Mike Sheff anyway.
I don't. I just
Fuck him. But I want nothing to do with him because he's a drama queen. He's like the girl at the prom that never got a fucking date.
I see you beat his ass.
Thanks,
Spot.
Simon.
You're spot on. You're spot on.
But the whole part about it is, like this channel might come on. He was semi whatever. He come on a couple of times and I thought, well, maybe the leopards don't change their spots. But anyhow, then he's in the chat fucking with derogative comments about myself and the rest of the panel. So I just went, ban.
Fair play,
Right.
man, because
Thank
you
God.
don't know the underlying intentions of what he's going to do. It's the underlying
The
intention.
one thing in Southeast Asia, they use a term called plastic people, which
Same
means
here.
you can see right through them.
Yes.
And yeah, you're right there, Simon. And I'm finished with Mike. I'm finished with a lot of people. And some were pretty close to home. And I just said, no, your agenda's different to mine. Fuck off. And it's as simple as that. I'm not a vindictive person. I like the conversation.
I mean, that's why I don't hardly talk about it. To me, he's insignificant, you know, because I know what he's like. I know what.
I know. As I know. Don't. Well, as
Yeah, we know what we're doing there.
There was the bullshit with as is the biggest cunt in the world. No, as is not a cunt. Once again, as wants to talk to me.
I
Man,
remember fucking having a right good sing with us one day. I mean, I went live in Greece and there's watching me try and cross the road. He was on the fucking green lights. It's like all the bastards are going past me. And we did a full stream in Greece and Az was there for me. You know, funny as hell.
Yeah, but the whole part about it is a lot of us people have known each other for a long, long time. YouTube's YouTube. Real life is we can, and we do. We give each other a bit of a fucking call and again say, haven't seen you on YouTube. Are you still alive or fucking what? Simple as that.
Much America channels lately, all good. But I'm saying, Tatum, I've got so many fucking Yankee buddies. They're unbelievable, and they're good fucking guys, really good guys. I get quite a lot of them coming to me chat. They're really good guys, most of them.
Well, the one thing, and Azil will agree with me, Ty Tim, this side of the globe put a lot of work into building that channel. When we went to sleep,
that's when it all split at the fan.
There was two people that went on their own agenda.
Yeah.
Of attacking everybody else. And what did we always wake up to? The damage. And what the fuck happened? And that's when I kind of got sick. And the one that took Global down was me. I was the one that turned the light switch off.
You could have did Tenton was never there to do that. He did that when you all went bad. I put this channel to bed and a lot of us, did a lot of it. As you did a fucking lot of work, mate. That it took over half your fucking life. That's when it jumped on. But that was in Greece. It was on
I tell you what, that channel. You're right there, Simon. That channel, if those two had been fucked off, Simon, that channel would be still going today and would be bigger than Ben-Hur.
I can see it would have thrived big time.
Hey, here's me fucking old mate, Minnie. How you doing, buddy?
Can we see him in the chat? Hang on. Let me have a look.
Yeah, Minnie's there.
I just can't see Beat. He's pissing me off. I don't know what the hell that's about.
If you got Beachy blocked, because he's not blocked on my channel.
No, he's not blocked on mine. I see Beatty pop up on mine all the fucking time.
But the thing is, what I'm finding tonight, I'm seeing stuff on StreamYards, and I'm not seeing it on the channel. And when I started the channel back up,
same here.
I unblocked everybody.
I think it's a StreamYard issue, to be honest, man, because I've had the same issue on my StreamYard before.
Yeah. And the whole part about it is because I wanted to give everybody a fresh chance. If they wanted to hang themselves, then fuck off forever type of thing.
Yeah, I do that.
But well, like I actually said it on Simon's channel last night. Caprio's not even blocked here.
I mean, I had one drama come in, man. Last night. Just one person came in. It was the same person that came in before in Thailand, saying I'm going to gate in Thailand and shit. And he came on, he had another set to me last night. I said, listen, I didn't gate in Thailand this time, so fuck yourself off. You block, you're bored, you're gone. Adios. No strike rules. You're fucking gone. I don't want people like that there. So they're taken straight out. I would take them straight out. After that, completely perfect as normal. No issues. I don't tolerate fucking fools and don't tolerate idiots.
Actually, sausage. I'm gonna highlight that one. I'm gonna bring it right up. I mean that. You're spot on.
Yeah.
As sacrificed his own personal life, because the same as what we all believe, that if we put the time in and all that kind of stuff, but all the work that we kind of did was ruined by the others.
You got it. Exactly. You got it.
But as put that much fucking work into it and he copped all the flack.
Yeah.
He copped all the flack and he didn't fucking deserve it, as is a good bloke.
I was going to say, you're spot on there, man. Exactly. I was the hell of a lot of work and it was ruined by two fools. Literally all that work was thrown at everyone else because it was ripped.
No, don't talk yourself down, as you were like a seamstress. You could put all the stitches together and help to form something. Yeah, there was a lot of us that got in there to run it, but who was always the one that fucked it? And you were the one that always picked up the fucking pieces. Yeah, you should have got a sainthood for that. But if we had fucked off the idiots right early, we'd all be talking on Global right now.
It's one of them. People got the flack for just two people, and that was just shocking, to be honest.
Yeah, that's it. Sainthood. Saint as.
It does. Look at Titan as well.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Seamstress. Where did that come from, Johnny boy? Seamstress.
Yeah. Oh well, a stitch in time saves nine. Didn't you? Well, I fucking knew how to sew and knit when I was young because,
I learned how to knit. My mum learned me how to knit. To be honest, they probably still do it.
You're right, Simon. It does take a lot of dedication, and that's the whole. You've tried to do it, Simon, and that's the whole thing about it. You need people. Yeah, they can have different views or whatever, but you need everybody on the same page, not people with their own agendas. That's what fucks things.
Oz can never tear himself a bit because, like you said, he does. Like I said, I spent many moons on there talking to Oz, live from fucking Greece, and he was sound. He kept a lot of shit together, and people got the flack, like I said, for two people. They all got the flack, which they shouldn't have got, just because of two people.
That's Minnie Sausage, yeah. You remember Minnie had the accident on the motorbike, fucking near killed himself.
Ooh, fucking hell, that's not good.
A good bloke, top man. The thing about it, because Simon tried it as well, and the same fuck ups. You start off with the blackboard. How about we do this and that, and then you really find out what other cunts' agendas are.
Yep.
And for all the good, those few make it bad. And you're right, Simon. It does take work, and that's Az was the one that was always, calming the storms and whatever. Where in realism, there should have been a meeting and said, look, just fuck that cunt off, fuck that cunt off, fuck that cunt off. It's saying, well, they fill that gap, they fill that gap, they fill that gap. Instead of saying, well, just run a fucking test, run a test pattern or something, because realistically, for what they bought in was more negative. Detrimental is the real word.
Do you know BT stuck up for me on there big time because it was 24 hours and I'd come on the weekends and I won't mention names, some idiot was on about I'm only there part-time. But BT had to explain to me, listen, he works 5 days a fucking week, but he's always here at the weekend. And that's it. Well, this person, just got this Oh, we're never there, I'm you all the time.
Well,
I work.
you know, and I'll talk about that. There was an incident, and I said to Simon, "What the fuck's this?" You know, and he said, "Oh, well, you know, I didn't do it. Other people have got the keys." You know, I said, "Oh, well, fair enough."
Mm.
It pissed me off a little bit, but it really proved what I was saying anyway. So that wasn't a big thing, and like I say, I spoke to Simon man on man, not doing, I'm going to fucking make a YouTube hero out of myself. I spoke to him man to man. And he told me exactly who, whatever. And I already guessed it. I already knew anyway. But at the end of the day, there's no animosity between Simon and myself. And you know, other people hate Simon. Simon's a showman. He
makes me fucking laugh half the time. I tell you, big time.
He winds it up and watches it.
Yeah, exactly. It's like watching the little fucking one, the little mouse, and watch the fucking cat go for it.
And this is the fucking thing that you and I know, Banksy. The Simon we know is completely different to the Simon on fucking YouTube.
Exactly.
Actually, Debs, I'm thinking about bringing back Bottle Top Trivia. And while Az is in the chat, I'll have to have a talk to him because I'd like him to be the fucking left-hand man on the trivia because Az is fucking smart.
You mean one taking the bottle tops off your beer?
And that keeps him off. That keeps him off fucking winning every week.
Yeah, I can't Google that quick.
That's why. So when we first started off, first under Adrian. Yep, I'll be the judge and all that. And after a while, I don't want to be the fucking judge. I want to fucking play.
1.2 point winner. Oh, okay then.
Oh, Az, that's a bit selfish. You got to take one for the team, mate. Yeah. No, Perrin loved to play it as well. Actually, I should get back into it. Ange Flange, yeah. When I had Jeff as a left-hand man, oh fuck me.
So I'm just really beat. I understand what beats, you know, I had fun doing that. The thing is, the intention was basically about them two. It was nothing to do with you guys when Beta did that. It was more about them two and how they destroyed that channel.
Yeah. But I remember when I was doing the trivia, because it's for fun. It's you know, no one's going to win, you know, bragging rights for a week. Big deal.
You don't get a whip or call. Don't even get a bottle of beer out of it.
Yeah. But the funniest part, the old mate Jeff, the Kiwi fucking Australian, you know, it's like, oh fuck, I don't want to sound like a dumb cunt. And I said, well, you don't have to. So when I asked the questions, I'd have to fucking text him through on the phone to fucking answer.
Give a couple of measles away. Give a couple of nibbles.
You know, you're a good bloke, Jeff, but you're dumber than dog shit.
I'm saying that to you. Can you send me a couple of the answers, please? Because I'm sick of fucking shit half the time.
No, but look, it's not cheating or anything like that, you know. But
nah,
none of it. Actually, I tell you what, there was one question I asked about corrugated iron, and I thought this is going to have everybody fucked. And the words had just come out of my mouth. I'm just trying to remember, little Mexican fella. He just went bang. And for the answer, I said, how the fuck did you know that? And he says, I used to work.
That's he's doing certain job.
In the industry, that's why I know it. And I thought, yeah.
I mean, mine's is always music. Every time fucking boss has a pub quiz, the lads are impartial, and they always say, come to the music. They always look at me and they go, Yeah. Okay.
I tell you what, as you know, like Jeff, or I hate him or whatever, but he's a little bit of entertainer, and but you know, something for the quiz. Perrin is actually very, very good as an adjudicator, but then again, he likes to play too. So, you know, it makes it a little bit hard.
I mean, to be honest, I used to love going to the chat and giving the thickest fucking answers if I can possibly think of. I used to love doing that, just fucking little trolley little bits, like completely fucking stupid answers. But I knew the answer.
The thing is, you know, like I can do a little bit of stuff on the computer or whatever, but I used to hit the books and shit like that for my questions, and I, you know, do it all. And I've probably got half a ream of paper with questions. All handwritten, because I'm old school, and the whole part about it is I really enjoyed doing it. And like I say, everybody was that kind of cheating and that one, you know, and this and that and all the shit. And then I said, no, fuck it. It's causing more problems than it's supposed to. It was all about having a bit of fun.
A bit of fun, exactly.
You know, shits and giggles.
I mean, I've got a good friend who you do know.
Yeah, mate.
He thinks he's as thick as hell. His name's Vanguard. He's fucking one clever fucker. You know, the Vanguard. He's ex-military.
Yeah, I'd spoke to.
Yeah, he likes you. Not many people do that. He likes you because you're straight talking.
Anyhow, like I say, we've what we're doing at the moment with Steve and Andy, you know, not everybody's available at the same time. Everybody's got commitments or whatever. If we do a week that's the other two lads have got other commitments, what I will probably do is just, you know, flying solo tribute tonight. And just, you know, mix it up a little bit.
Yeah, you could do that.
And, well, in a way, I do this as a hobby entertainment. Like, I provide a bit of entertainment, but don't forget, talking to good people and stuff, because that's the one thing about the channel. We've got good people, and that's something that's earned. It's not given.
Exactly, it's something that's earned. Never thought away that earned.
And I know it's like I did. It's a lot of fun. I know for a fact Az is very, very what do you call it? What's the word for it, Banksy? Help me out.
Clever.
No, not blasé. Competitive.
Oh right, competitive.
Because he loves it. He loves it too. And Debs loves it.
Well, the thing is, I mean,
even Beachy's had a bit of a go at it a few times.
You don't have to be a solo. I mean, if you put a link up, somebody might jump up and help you out, and just for the fun of it. You know what I mean?
You know, but no,
it is what it is. It's a bit of fun. And it's a good bit of fun, to be honest. And you learn something new every day, which you do.
Well, actually, that was one thing about it. Like, admittedly, when I was doing that, it was before we started the whole process of building this place and all the rest of it. So then you've got plans, you've got this to worry about, you got that, you know, all this kind of shit. That takes up the mind space.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, fucking Vanguard asked me the other day, he told me about driving a ferret. I said, what do you mean driving the fucking ferret? I didn't know what a ferret was. It's an armoured vehicle. I saw one for sale for £6,000, 1972 ferret. I thought, what the fuck? as a ferry until he told me that. Now I know what it is. An armored vehicle. It's a quick in and out vehicle. You probably know what it is. I hadn't got a fucking clue what a ferry is. Although the only ferry I know was ones that I used to take out and get some rabbits. Nothing to do with that, but he knew what, he drove one. I thought, what the fuck? Is it a car? No, it's not a car.
Okay. What is the only mammal capable of true flight?
Oh, Jesus Christ. Mammal.
Mammal.
Chat, please help me out. I'm sick as fucking shit for this one. Mammal.
What is the only true mammal capable, or what is the only mammal capable of true flight?
I can't see flying fish, anything like that. Obviously, it's not a fucking mammal. A bat. A bat.
That is correct. That is correct. Debs,
See,
you're
that's-
right on it.
I went for flying fucking fish. What the fuck's that about?
Oh, you probably thought flying pussy.
Yeah, it could be like, well, mine's gone to sleep time fucking
Yeah,
God.
you're right, Az. It's a bat. It is a bat.
It's a Batman.
But that's what I mean. I just opened the drawer and
I
that was
didn't
a,
fucking
that
know
was
that.
a
I
question
learned that.
on me half a ream of paper.
You know what I mean?
And
That's what you get in the pub quiz. But you know the answer next time. You go, oh, okay, then I know the answer fucking bat, isn't it? I remember these questions when I go fucking Mossy's pub quiz. I've got to remember these.
Oh, I can remember in the younger days, especially in the days of disco and rock and roll and stuff like that. I met some girls that had bats in the belfry.
Well, I mean, fucking, he got one a couple of years ago. And some reason this sick fucking Banksy knew than what it was. And it was, how many stitches is there on a baseball fucking ball? How many stitches? I said 103. Well, I put 103 down. I'd be scratching the fucking ends.
I think it's 102. I think it's 102.
It's 103.
It is 103, is it?
Yeah.
Because I actually with balls, I thought it was always an even number.
It's the American one. It's a
Oh,
baseball.
well, there you go. Of course, it has to be different.
Because that's what everyone else was going for. And it's 103 on there, fuckers.
Oh, I tell you what, Saucy.
They have to do anything bigger. Don't forget.
When I used to walk onto the dance floor, I made John Travolta look like a fucking retard.
Fucking almighty. I can just imagine you even sat in that fucking fever years, I'm afraid.
George, g'day, mate. Look, in honesty, my parents were ballroom dancers. So the real part about it was, and then, the disco kind of thing come onto it. And,
Yeah.
we had our pissed up Testacosta Hills little band that used to pay for drink, in the little shitty pubs. Just, the fun of it. But, I used to get out on the fucking dance floor and,
That's why I love that fucking sausage jogs, Johnny Simon flares. Fucking hellfire.
oh, look, I didn't go for the big flares. I hated them, actually.
You big fucking like,
And
fucking like clog hoppers.
my platform shoes were only very minimal, and I
What,
reckon
6
they
inches?
were,
6
I
inches
reckon they
minimal.
were comforting. So half the time we used to take them off. It was one of those phases, but I tell you what, on the dance floor, and I did pretty well. That's it. That's it. Not that I like sailors, but I was more of either a Levi's or a Wrangler bloke myself.
As a Levi boy. I like the Levi's.
But if we because I suppose because of the parents when I was younger, used to do a little bit of competition. It was fun. I only did it for the fun.
I've got some really strange visualization now. You in a fucking nightclub You've got the girls dancing around your handbags and you dancing around your fucking, like, your fucking shoes.
Yeah, you're right. You're right, sausage. You know, the drunker we are, the better we think we are. But in honesty, you know, like stone cold sober. I don't think I've been that since I was born. But anyway, the real part about it is, you know, you just feel, and I'm not joking. I'm really not joking. Just feel the music and, you know, away you go. Because, like I say, I started off with the old style dancing, and then when the newer stuff came into it, you know, the disco and all that, yeah, that was a bit of fun. And then to combine the two, that's where your tango hustles and all that kind of stuff came into it, where you were really, you know, moving the floor. You know, using the floor instead of standing there wobbling around and fucking, you know, going over there. I loved it. I fucking loved it.
To be honest, the first dance I ever learned was with my mum, called the jive, and can still do the jive.
The jive.
Because my dad couldn't do it, so she used to practice with me doing jiving.
Yeah,
I can still do it. I can still, as long as my back holds up a little bit. I love that dance.
well, actually, Betsy, what I really preferred was the horizontal mambo.
I thought you would. Depends which mambo you think about. Is that too many horizontal? Okay, then. Okay, then.
No. I'm the biggest city to me is Melbourne.
Melbourne, Australia. I thought Sydney was bigger than Melbourne.
Pardon?
I thought Sydney was bigger than Melbourne, so Melbourne's a bigger city than Sydney.
No. Sydney's a bigger city, but look, Melbourne's growing like you wouldn't believe because they're bringing.
Pardon me.
They're bringing that many fucking Indians over here, and I'm sick of it. We're banging our heads up against the wall trying to keep daughter here.
I don't know. We've got
and they're bringing boatloads of fucking Indians in.
We've got boats, literally boats.
But yeah, boatloads, plane loads, God knows. And the whole part, here's something I learnt the other day. Up the road from me, an old mate, I've known him for a long time. He sold his house, good land holding, and moved down the road half a kilometre. And I kind of said to him, you dumb cunt, you know, you know where I am and you've known me for fucking years. If you're having a problem, with door locks and shit like that, you should just fucking walked around the corner.
Small town called Victoria.
And he said, well, he's 80, and anyhow, he said, I forgot. Anyhow, he internet found some cunt to do it, and the bloke come in and said, oh, you know, this is a nice place, and, you know, fixed the locks and whatever. Didn't charge him a hell of a lot of money. And he said, oh, would you be interested in selling it? And he said, well, it all depends on the money. And the next day, that Indian's boss turned up and with a briefcase full of money and said, is that enough? So he kind of fucking walked down the road and said, done a deal on a place, and the Indians actually moved him out and into the other place to fuck him off.
You know.
And
I'll just come across some boats and we give them a fucking hotel to stay with a new iPhone.
The whole part about it, if they start a business, per person in that business, our government will give them $80,000. If I want to start a business, they don't give me $80,000.
Yeah, we don't.
Of course, they want to import more of the cunts to vote for them, so they stay in power and milk more out of the taxpayer.
We have got the same. It's all
it's the exact same tactics. exact same tactics. The thing is, they all should be fucking hung, drawn, and shot. Their assets stripped from them because they're corrupt.
Paying for votes. Bring them in so they vote for you.
Yeah.
That's all it is. How to work out the system in their fucking favour.
Actually, Sausage, we in the south of the country, but as far as farmland, lots of stuff, probably the most productive fucking area in Australia. Forget about the mining part of it, which is Western Australia. But when you're talking about the rest of it, but our government sold us down the road. Our citrus industry's gone. Our every fucking industry, our government sold us down the road from state to federal.
It's the same here, man. It's the same here. They all want to be, at the moment, they just all want to be green and put fucking turbines everywhere. Where actually, I don't agree or disagree with Trump sometimes. He said, you got that much gas under the sea and that much fucking great oil. Why the fuck don't you drill?
Well, I suppose the real part about it, where I am, which is Latrobe Valley. It's called Latrobe Valley area, and obviously it's a valley because there's two mountain ranges. One's the Great Divide, which goes up and divides the country. It's also a part of a border between New South Wales. The other part divides us between the coasts. Very, very productive. A lot of coal, but we've had a thing here where you get coal being exported. They don't do it here. The people that seem to be in control, the ones you never fucking see, the maggots. Oh, we don't do this here. We don't do that. We want to close everything down or whatever. What turn us all into peasants? Once upon a time, this was this was more a thriving area than fucking Melbourne was. Now it's fucked. It goes back to when I was younger, if you didn't have a job, you're a lazy cunt. Now, if you got a job, you're a lucky cunt. And that's what your Greens, your slimy fucking politicians have fucking done. And hang on, I'm an Australian. I owned it. No, the politician said I don't own it because I'm an Australian and a taxpayer. We sold it on your behalf for the betterment of you. No, it wasn't for the betterment of me. How come you're on a fixed salary and you're worth $80 million fucking dollars? That means you're a fucking thieving lying cunt. Hang 'em.
Thing is, they don't see the impact. When they do it, they don't see the impact to the community. They're taking the jobs away. They're taking the livelihoods away. And then they wonder why they don't want to vote for them anymore because they're just sitting there fucking iPhones thinking, oh, this is a good idea. You voted me in. Now I'm going to fuck up the arse.
Yeah, the thing about it is, in the earlier days, the power stations, which supplied the whole of the state and exported into other states and that, it was dirty. But we, the taxpayer, with the power generators, which we owned at that time, addressed the situation and made it more environmentally friendly and all these kind of things. And then all of a sudden, it's up for sale. It's owned by fucking Singapore. It's owned by fucking wherever and whoever. And I thought, well, okay. What did we get out of the sale? Oh, you got a new fucking railway station in Melbourne. Hey, get back to Melbourne. Melbourne's the capital city. I don't give a fuck about Melbourne. If somebody blew it up, as long as a few of the mates down there weren't hurt, I'd go fucking beauty. But regional Victoria has been fucked over for that many years. You know, Perrin earlier on was talking about, you know, cunts driving slow when they give you the shits.
Mhm.
Well, here I drive slow because I know where all the fucking potholes are. And if somebody wants to overtake me, they can go and break their fucking neck. I don't
Yeah,
care.
same here. Yeah. We have to swerve for fucking. You need a moon buggy in the UK for fucking potholes. Otherwise, you have to slow down, swerve. Some silly twat down doesn't swerve and goes bang. There's your fucking wheel gone.
And what really rubs salt into the fucking wound, Banksy, is I spent 17 years working on the fucking roads,
Yeah, does you
building the pumps, maintaining the fucking things, the whole lot of it. And I look now and just go, you fucking dog cunt government. You, every one of you've sacked everybody. You've got scumbag contractors, which aren't even Australian. And the budgets they've got to work with, they can't do fuck all. So you're wasting your fucking money. And you said, we were too expensive. Well, what a lot of bullshit they peddled to the fucking public. But don't forget my registration prices of driving down, having the privilege of driving down the car, down the road, has doubled.
Yeah, same here. Council tax has gone up. Road tax has gone up. But you see fucking more, but bigger fucking potholes everywhere.
Yeah. You know, like Debs is, you know, like she's in America. You know, the whole part about it, it's not just here. It's right
everywhere.
across. This global fucking community bullshit of the rich cunts manipulating everything, and they make it. Oh, we get a government in and whatever. Well, they're fucking manipulated. They're all fucking lying cunts. A whole lot of them should be lined up and hung because they are not the answer to whatever. They are thieves. They are fucking liars.
Thing is, that's it's up in America, there, here, it's all over the fucking world.
The thing is,
a sentence in your own country. You come at the back of the line now. You're the back of the line. Everyone else comes first.
Actually, Debs, you know, there's been a little bit of the homeless thing around here. And in honesty, the ones that are homeless that carry on, the drug fucked idiots, yeah, they might have a dozen fucking kids or whatever. Big deal. That's their problem. Why have they been chucked out of where they were? Because they didn't pay their fucking rent. They trashed places. They did whatever. There's people that are genuinely homeless because the market they can't afford to pay, which I kind of question a little bit. I've got a mate that's a pensioner. I helped him move into the Unity thing that he's in, and he's more than happy down there, and he saves money. Yes, he likes to have a beer with me, and we go out and get good food and stuff like that, which we all cook ourselves. I helped him adjust from a few of the things he was doing, but he's, you know, for the first time in his life, he's got thousands of dollars in the bank, and he's on a pension because he got taught how to do a few things. Then you've got the other cunts, you know, that, we're homeless. Everybody owes me. No one owes no one nothing. I work for everything I've got. Every fucking thing. No handouts from governments. So why the fucking hell should my taxpayer dollar just go, oh, we'll give you something that you go and wreck, you fuck it up, drugs, all that shit? Nah, wrong number. Yeah, Perth. Mark was talking to me about Perth as
None else about the same fucking
with prices. because he was renting the house out for a while there, and he could get more rent for his house than it cost him to rent a unity type thing. So he sold it. But he sold it as a trashed place, because that's what exactly happened to his place. They trashed it.
That's it. Kids nowadays can't even get the fucking light on the ladder because the prices are so fucking up. They can't
Irish,
get the ladder.
that's interesting. It's mainly Irish teenagers. Interesting, Debs.
Well, they'll work.
Well, the whole part about it, Banksy, is every fucking scam that seems to be going on, you get some cunt knocking on the door. Oh, there's a government incentive for this and that.
Oh,
It's all fucking. It's all young Irishmen. Yeah,
But they try to work. You know,
but look, I'm not prejudiced against the Irish, because that's.
oh, come on, I'm half Irish.
Well, the whole thing about it, if you shut up for a fuck, I mean, I was going to say, that's the heritage. That's why I'm a cunt. or cuntish, one might say. But the real part about it is, it goes back to earlier when I said, you know, in the old days, if you didn't work, you're a lazy prick, you know. Now, now you're a lucky prick, and all these people that have come into my country that are out in the streets fucking begging, do this, do that, whatever. What the fuck are they doing here? If they can't sustain themselves, why is it up to my taxpayer dollar to sustain them?
It's the same here.
And what are they doing here? If I go to Thailand in a longer term thing, I've got to prove that I can sustain myself.
Exactly. You need money
And
in the bank.
that's right throughout Southeast Asia. And if I go to England, which is quite on the cards, I'd like to go and meet my little buddy over there.
Come over in the boat, they put you in an hotel room. Like, perfectly.
But, you know, the whole part about it is I've got to prove to them that I have
money,
the finances to sustain myself.
yeah. Unless you come from on a boat, and then you don't need jack shit to put you in an
All of
hotel
a fucking sudden, we've got all these people, pieces of shit, scrapings off the floor or whatever from every other fucking country that my taxpayer dollars got to
pay for. He's paying for
you know. Fuck right off. I work, like I say,
that is the number one agenda in the UK right now. It's not just about the cost of living; it's immigration. Or people are just coming to the country illegal.
Yeah, that's it.
Illegal. Well, its name there is illegal. That means it's illegal to enter. It's legal to fuck them off. But our government's too soft. Just way too soft.
Well, actually, what England really needed to do is bring back Maggie Thatcher.
She was actually good at it. She wouldn't tolerate shit like that.
Yeah, instead of half Indian and all the rest of these fucking pathetic cunts. Boris, I like Boris, but they shafted him, didn't they?
Oh, they shafted him over the Covington inquiry, Jules. They really shafted him.
You know, Boris, what they didn't like is Boris called them all out. He fucking told it for what it really was. But of course, that's not good for the cunts behind the crime scene.
But the thing is, Boris, he's not thought of really fucking nice as well, because we have something called the Boris wave. He opened the fucking doors. That was the problem. He just couldn't close the bastards. He made it so easy to everyone.
Do not forget, Banksy. At the time, you had You had the UN bullshit, which half of were fucking that Markle cunt.
Well, not UN.
dictating. And then you had the disease we had to have, and all the rest of that.
Oh, that fucked up our country big time.
Well, realistically, where Boris failed, like we have failed here, they should have closed all borders and kept them closed.
Well, that's where they call
Not
it.
but not be dictated by the UN saying you have to take this many refugees. They're not my refugees. Fuck them.
My thing is, what pissed us off is we'd left by then. We'd left. We didn't need to do that. We'd left. But it was a court of human rights.
Yeah, but hang on. Like, right, Australia, after the Second World War, right, Australia took a lot of Germans and unfortunately some Dutchmen too. But one of my good mates was Dutch. I actually fucking really shed a tear when he died. I had no one to abuse anymore.
Yeah.
Look, you would have pissed yourself laughing if I had taped our conversation. And this was every fucking night of the week. We used to get together and have a beer, and just just unleash the day's stresses and that.
I was reading the sausage dog in the chat about fucking immigrants and stuff. Oh my God. We've got them. They can't speak a word of English anyway.
But, like when I worked out on construction, I worked with Spanish, obviously, Greek, Italian, Sicilian, Czechoslovakian, fucking, who hates the Czechs? The Ukrainians, fucking, a whole heap. And there was a couple of them that, in the site hut, smoko fucking area and that, have your lunch. They couldn't leave their shit back where they came from. And it'd be, they'd be, you fucking cunt, you fucking piece of shit. And they're talking about countries. We've got little towns bigger than their fucking country. You say, I used to say, shut up, you fucking cunts. What? Somebody fucked somebody else and didn't get married or look after or whatever. I said, your countries are pissholes. You're living here, leave it where it was. But we used to, like, cunts like that, if they carried on too much, we'd throw them out of the site huts and they'd get arseholed off the sites. But, the prejudice that used to come from where they lived, we didn't accept their prejudices. It was a case of this is our way of the highway, fuck off. As far as race, colour, creed, I don't give a fuck. If you come into my country, you abide by the rules of my country.
Yeah, no, the rules.
And if you don't want to, what the fuck are you doing here? Fuck off.
See, we've had one recently where an Afghan has raped a 12-year-old girl, right? He's got 12 years for it. He's illegal. He's an illegal immigrant. He's been in the country, I think, for about 8 months. Raped a 12-year-old girl, and his excuse in court was he thought it was okay in this country to do that. So that was his excuse. That was his defense. He thought it was okay because in this country they can do that. What the fuck? That's what we're importing. Mentality in their country that they bring their shit with them. They don't even respect any boundaries of our law.
That's why Banksy, they should bring back a lot of countries have done it. He has done it, which I don't agree with. They've buried the death penalty. The whole part about a person like that.
I'll let him swing. I'll let him swing, guys. I'll pull
Well,
the cord.
the whole part about it, the police should have just walked up and shot the cunt in the head. Bang. No, no questions. No nothing.
As I'm just looking at now, he was in the country, sorry, for 3 weeks. 3 fucking weeks in the country when he did that. He raped a 12-year-old girl in the back of a pub and thought it was okay.
Here's the thing. You know, they all talked about, the Afghanistan, the war in Afghanistan.
Yeah.
Well, for $500, you can buy yourself a child bride.
Shocking, isn't it? It's shocking.
It's disgusting. But the thing is, they come to your country and they say, well, this is fine.
This is normal to them. It's not to us.
These people have a different skin and a different, whatever. I'll just take that one. Well, the whole part about they should be in your fucking country. They don't deserve to be there. They don't respect the laws. Every politician that signed off on bringing them there, they should be fucking hung in public.
Oh, I'd definitely let them swing.
And I'm all for bringing back public hangings, the whole deal of it, because why should the taxpayer keep on paying and paying and paying where some smart asses, while they're confined, their mental state where they really suffer for their crime? No, the ones that really suffer for their crime is a fucking taxpayer.
Well, that's what's doing me with this guy. 12 years imprisonment. I'd fucking pull the rope on the fucker and say, that's a fucking message to you. You come here and do that shit, you fucking swing. End of.
Actually, it was funny there. I saw a fucking one of these things on Facebook. It was borrow money off the bank, takes you 30 years to pay it back. If you steal off the bank, you only do 10 years in jail.
Yeah, that's about right. It is. Yeah, the maths don't add up there, do they?
Anyhow, buddy, I'm gonna shut it down.
Okay, bro. I'll have a word with you anyway.
I appreciate you coming along, give us support, buddy, and everybody else.
Oh, mate.
We'll be back next week, unless I do a surprise trivia through the week if I get bored, which
that sounds
maybe this week it won't happen, but next because I've got a bit of shit happening at the moment. But we just might surprise a few people and just do a midweek kind of, let's do fucking trivia.
Go on, have a dabble in it if you get time. Have a dabble. Come on.
Well, the whole part about it, I have fun doing it, and everybody else does too. And because I've got a bit on the plate at the moment. But yeah, anyhow, great to see everybody coming along. Terrific. Thank you for support. And if anybody feels like hitting the, buy me a coffee link, throw us a couple of peanuts, that's fine. I'm not e-begging.
It still should be buy me a beer or coffee will do it.
Well, it's what anybody wants to do. They can do it anonymously. Because, like I say, this fucking StreamYard stuff it's got rather expensive for a hobby. Once upon a time, it was a couple $100 for the year.
Oh, don't worry, bro. I'll buy you a beer. I meant coffee.
and the whole part about it, it's gone from, fucking, as well as I do. It's gone to fucking bullshit now.
Stupid.
But anyhow, I really don't feel comfortable saying that. But at the end of the day, so thanks to everybody that's come along. And Banksy, thank you, mate. Great to see you, buddy. Don't be a stranger. Debs, love you, darling. And everybody else that's been around on the chat. Thank you. As far as a normal one, we'll be back next Saturday night. And you never know on about a Wednesday night what will happen. So, good night, everybody. Bye.
Good night.